I'm here in Southern California today. It is December the 14th, 1995, and with me is Brice Taylor. Brice Taylor wrote a book recently, and Brice, would you hold your book up and let's take a look at it?
Ted.
Go ahead. Talk a little bit about your book.
Well, my book is entitled Starshine, One Woman's Valiant Escape from Mind Control. And it's a book that I wrote in an effort to expose what's been going on.
And you were born when?
I was born on January 20th, which is Inauguration Day in 1951.
And is there any significance to that?
I believe there is that in the future I was used with presidents as a mind-controlled sex slave, and also used as an espionage, extracting information from high-level officials around the world in order to feed the information back to a powerful group of people who are attempting to control the world.
Okay, let's go back and start just very briefly in your childhood, and tell us if you feel, in looking back now, that there was a master plan for you and for your life, or if you just kind of fell into this by accident.
I believe there was a master plan. I believe that my father involved me in pornography and prostitution as a child. I was abused sexually, physically, ritually, tortured pretty much every day of my life. And my father did that, I believe, intentionally to create within me multiple personality disorder, which is now called dissociative identities disorder, in order that I would be under mind control so that I could be used without my own knowledge and consent, thereby bringing top security to whoever would use me, because I wouldn't be able to tell. And I also was able, they used me as an unpaid slave labor force, which, because there's such a large market for pornography and prostitution, the money that was brought in was also used for this powerful group of people that was doing this. And there were a lot of people that were hurt. A lot of children are still being hurt, and that's why I'm speaking out.
Now, you said from your childhood on, what age did you believe this began?
I was abused from the time I was born. I was.
Who abused you?
My father and my mother, but it was more my father and more under the direction of my father.
Now, are you saying your father's tied into this powerful group of people?
I don't believe that he is tied in to the powerful group of people. However, I believe he was used. They used him. My father also has multiple personality disorder, and I believe that they used him in order to use me, just as a tool.
Well, I mean, how could they use him without his knowledge or without his approval?
I believe that my father was a pedophile, and I believe through his perversion that he may have been found out. Like, they may have found him putting pornography through the mail, and so he may have been prosecuted or found out, and so they were able to just step in and take over at that point because of his corruption.
Have you ever discussed this with your father?
Yes, I have. And
what did he say?
And he said that, as many perpetrators have said to lots of other people, that it never happened, and that I just have a very large imagination.
Then how do you know he's not telling the truth, that you don't have this imagination?
Well, I believe that I have a very sound mind, and I don't believe that if I did have a good imagination that I would have created something this horrific. It's a nightmare.
Go ahead.
It's not something that one would want to create in their imagination.
Well, do you have other people that you know of who've been involved in this, that would document what you're saying?
Yes. Actually, when I began remembering, I had an accident in 1985 where my head smashed the windshield of the car, and I believe that head trauma created a barrier where I could access both lobes of my brain. And due to that, I started having memory flashes. And I was in therapy to handle, I couldn't figure out what was going on. I thought I was crazy myself until after about 3 years of therapy every day, I was able to put together all of this. It all fit together. All these pieces of the puzzle fit together. And although I couldn't still understand why or what this all meant, I realized that I had been ritually abused, that I had been used in child prostitution and child pornography, and that I was having memories of being flown around in helicopters at night into large hotels in Los Angeles where I was dressed in evening gowns, my hair was done, my makeup was done, I was put jewels they put on me, and then I would be shuffled in and prostituted to different people. And I believe that that basically at that point I didn't have anyone to validate what I was remembering, but I went to a conference, an incest conference in New Jersey, and there was a woman there who spoke about ritual abuse. And at that point, I had a name now for what all these memories were that I had been remembering, that there was something that was organized, and there was a reason for it. It was intentional. It wasn't just some crazy religious people who were Satanists that were just doing this. It was intentionally created trauma in order to put people under mind control. And so then, as I continued documenting things and got a little closer to what actually happened, I had another accident that was the same date as the previous one. It was on April 12th, and this one was in 1987, and I broke my back and smashed my face. And I had more floods of memories, and more pieces of the puzzle came in. And as I continued documenting and started having people who didn't necessarily know exactly what I was talking about, but I had therapists who were willing to listen and just to be with me while I put this together. They didn't know any more than I did what was going on. They supported me, and I began to realize that this was really something organized. And as I began having pieces of memory of being used in political things, with a lot of people that had a lot of money, that was at the point where my life was threatened, and I had to flee from California and my family, and I went to the island of Kauai, and once I got into a safe place, my therapist had someone that she knew there, and I went and stayed with them. And once I was in a safe place, I began having memories of top government officials and
involved in this.
What
What year would that have been?
With the top government officials.
Well, that you started remembering that you went.
That
to
was
escape.
in 1991. In
91,
April
you
of
escaped?
91, I escaped.
Everything seemed to be happening in April. I mean, the significant dates.
Well, the April 12th date was, I believe, a date that I was programmed to self-destruct. Should I begin remembering? There's very sophisticated programming, Ted, that goes on to ensure that you do not remember. And if you do begin to remember, you're instructed that you will either have migraine headaches, you will have accidents, you will commit suicide. I mean, the list is endless.
Well, who gives you this training?
Usually the parents do, or it's done in preschools. There's people that are called programmers who are very astute with the use of drugs and hypnosis, who I was used as a child. I remembered that some of them were doctors who actually did the programming on me.
Did you go to preschool?
No, I went to a ballet school in Woodland Hills, where I was ritually abused at that school. So I grew up in a system believing that no one was safe. I was prostituted to policemen, and my father got courtesy cards in case he was ever pulled over by a police officer. And so I grew up in a system believing that that everyone was involved and no one would ever help me.
So you had no security at all?
None.
And now let's go back a little bit and mention a couple of things here. you're talking about mind control. Is that right?
Yes.
And you're talking about hypnosis and shock treatments. And at what age were you when you feel this first started?
Well, like I said before, the abuse started very early on. The drugs, the hypnosis, and the electroshock that was delivered to me in the early years through cattle prods was done by my father and by, like I said, different doctors that lived in our community. And that started out when I was 2, 3, 4, 5 years old.
You can remember that?
Yes, I did. When you develop multiple personality disorder, what happens is that a side effect that goes along with that is that you have a perfect photographic memory. And so when memories come back, it came back with the original smells. I could feel in my body what had happened, so I re-experienced the body sensations. I re-experienced the smells. I could hear the exact words that were said during the time. And everything was just absolutely as a flashback. Like you hear Vietnam veterans will talk often of their flashbacks. They'll just be reliving an event that actually took place. And while I believe that it's very possible that every detail that I remembered may not be 100% accurate, the overall picture in the time that I have taken to document it absolutely fits together in such a persuasive picture that I myself can't deny it.
So when you use the word they, you're meaning you're talking about an organized group?
Yes.
Of which your parents or your father at least was part of?
Yes.
And are you talking about satanic type activities?
Satanic activities, I was satanically abused through a church, a Baptist church that I was taken to at night. There were rituals that took place in rural areas where people were tortured, babies and children were killed.
Sacrificed?
Sacrificed.
Talking about satanic ceremonies?
Absolute satanic ceremonies, of which I was forced to participate as a child and to watch. And there were sex orgies. And all of this, what it does is it creates dissociation in a child. So the child does not remember it because the trauma that you're witnessing is horrific. You cannot... Your mind's sane defense is to shut it off, to compartmentalize it, to say this never happened. And it's the way that people who are actually normal deal with trauma.
So what you're saying is a defensive mechanism to shut out the horror, and therefore you don't remember. Although it hasn't actually happened to you, you don't remember it. But you do, when you hit your head, you have flashbacks to it.
Right.
Is that what you're saying?
Exactly. And up until that time, I thought I was a perfect wife and mother. I thought I had had a perfect childhood. I had no idea where I had been, what I had been used as, and what was going on in my life.
You mentioned you were married.
Yes.
You feel your husband was part of this?
I believe my husband was a part of it. My husband was a victim. We were both victimized together as our marriage was arranged when we were like 14. We were put together and we were both traumatized together in order to condition us to be together. He was beaten up. He was electroshocked. He was drugged. We were both hurt together.
You mentioned a multi-generation, I believe. You want to explain what multi-generation is?
Yes. As what ended up happening is that people that have been abused will usually tend to abuse their own children, and it's when they have multiple personality disorder and they're not aware of all of their personalities. A lot of times different personalities will have been trained or programmed to do certain activities. And so my father had been abused satanically, and the way I know that is that his father also satanically abused me. So what happens is that people that have had this sickness in their families are used and targeted because they are perfect people to be used. It's like they see you as trash, throw away, and that now they can turn this around and use the dissociative disorders that people have developed in order to further the programming.
Now, you mentioned they. What you're saying is they use a normal family situation and they're trained. Say the grandfather, the father, the mother, father, and so forth, the mother and the husband and so forth. They're trained into this over a period of generations. Is that right?
Yes, exactly.
Okay. Now, who could they be that they would have such power over these individuals? What are you talking about?
The network that I have researched and is in my book, explains a lot of it, is that it's intelligence agencies. The Central Intelligence Agency has done mind control experiments on intergenerational families who have been ritually abused. The Masons were involved. They have a huge network where these secrets continue to proliferate, and it's gone into the government where the government officials who participate and cooperate are allowed to go through the channels to elevate to higher positions within the government if they cooperate with the network that's controlling everything. And I believe that I call them the council. There was a group of men who stood head and shoulders above our own government, who used the politicians within the government for furthering their interests globally. They have a plan that they want executed by the year 2000, that they will be in total control and that they will have a global government that they're in charge of. They see themselves as the elite. They feel that they are the intellectual elite, that they're special, and that they see the common people as herds, that they feel the people need to be led, and that they really have no intellectual capabilities of understanding to rule themselves. So they feel that they want to rule the world in this way.
And who are these people? You say you see a council above the political structure.
Right. My experience
You're talking about a worldwide council.
Yes, my experience was that the people that were absolutely giving me instructions that I delivered in an espionage capability to presidents, to different government official, governors, whatever, world leaders, were publicly nameless. I never knew who they were. My instructions came often over remote access television, and I didn't know who was giving me the information, but
Did you see a picture of them?
it was like a scrambled picture and scrambled voices. So I never did actually know
And
who.
where were you when you were shown these pictures?
In a hotel room.
Would they give you an assignment to go to a hotel room
Yes.
at a certain time? Who
Yes.
gave you this assignment?
I was told to go to room 222 in the Holiday Inn in Woodland Hills, and that's where I went into a room, and there was a television monitor, and I would get instructions of where to go, what to do, and I also got instructions over the phone.
Who would give you these instructions that you would follow? them?
I didn't always know who gave them to me. I was used with some very high-profile politicians within the government who, I don't know if I should name their names, but
Sure, go ahead and name
well, I was used very early on as a teenager with Bob Hope. I was a sex slave to Bob Hope. I was prostituted to the then Governor Ronald Reagan in California, and I was prostituted to President Nixon. And Henry Kissinger was involved, and he and Nelson Rockefeller worked together and made up strategies in order to control a lot of these government officials. So they used me, like I would deliver messages to Reagan and to Nixon that I don't even believe that Nixon and Reagan were aware of, as I was instructed to have sex with them and then deliver messages that were meant to influence them along decisions that they would be making, or to plant seeds for future things. And if they cooperated, then they would advance. And if they didn't cooperate, then they wouldn't get the support from the media or from the economic structure. It was a whole structure that if these people cooperated, then they were advanced, and they became famous. They were given projects. They were put in office, and if they didn't, then they were just left aside.
Okay, now, would you be at home and you'd receive these instructions, say a telephone call, and say you go to a certain room at the Holiday Inn? Is that how you would receive your...
Yes, that was how I received some of my instructions. I received a lot over the telephone.
And you didn't know who was calling you?
I didn't know who was calling me, and I was programmed to not even be able to think. So consciously, I had no awareness that I was anything other than a normal housewife, student, whatever I was at the time. And then I would dissociate into a different personality to receive the instructions.
Well, how would you know that the person that called you was legitimate?
I had no ability to think or question it.
Well, couldn't I just call you and say, this is a person you don't know, I want you to go to room such and such at the Holiday Inn, Woodland Hills? Would you do that?
And if you knew how my programming operated, you would have been able to do that. And I was put into situations like that over and over where I was used in counter-espionage, because people that understood about mind control slaves would get a hold of the information, and they would use you against the people who owned you. And I had no ability to think or question. I did as I was told.
Would they give you a keyword or what?
Yes, there were keywords that were used. Sometimes in the beginning it was keywords and phrases. Then they use numbers, and now the level of sophistication of programming is so sophisticated that they can actually just push a tone on the phone, on a telephone, and the tones are tapped into hypnotic commands that you've been given, so that you know exactly what your instructions are.
Do you remember some of the keywords for you? Or if I gave them to you now, would you go run to a room 222 at the Holiday Inn?
No longer I would, because I have been deprogrammed, and I would be very reticent to give out what my keys, codes, and triggers are, because they may also be other people who are under mind controls too, and I wouldn't want to give that information
So if you
out.
gave them here on the camera right now and people are watching this, it could trigger them. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, it could. There are some very specific general words that are used in everyday language that control a whole lot of people who are under mind control.
And you're saying that this mind control began when you were a young child then?
Yes. And the level of sophistication for that mind control escalated as the technology emerged to new levels.
I want to go back more on this council. You're talking about the council. Do you have any idea who that is? Or these would be very powerful individuals.
That
they would give you instructions to pass on to the President of the United States or the Governor of California. I mean,
because I was an intermediary, I was safe. I was secure. No one who would ever suspect someone that looks like this to be doing government espionage work. I called them the Council Five. I really don't know who they are. I just know that they are the men who literally own the international banking right now. They are the wealthiest men on the planet.
And you don't know their names?
I do not know their names.
Are you talking about international bank? You talking about the Federal Reserve?
Federal Reserve was a small faction in our country of it. They set up a world banking system that has already been put in place, that they had set up pre-planned for the New World Order. And so this world banking system was set in place, and they have everything to fund it. They have the largest corporations, they have the world leaders. The whole plan is pretty much set.
What are the countries? In other words, you have Americans involved and you have Europeans involved?
Yes.
And
yes.
Tell me who they are. Tell me what countries they're from.
Personally, I would say that most of the major European countries are involved. I don't think that there's any country that's significant with assets that is not involved. They wouldn't. They needed everything to be together.
Well, now, you're aware of the false memory syndrome.
Yes, I am.
Would you explain that and tell me why you think you're not a victim of the false memory syndrome?
Yes. I believe that, first of all, I don't think there is any such thing as the false memory syndrome. I think that it's a group of people who are very intent on containing this so that their plan can go to full fruition.
Without interruption from people
Without
like
any
you.
kind of interruption. And of
And
course,
me.
what I say sounds absolutely ludicrous, and that's what they're counting on. They are absolutely counting on my telling this story that they didn't believe that I would ever be able to remember. But I personally believe in God, and I believe that God has led me to the right people for the support that I needed to get through this. And I believe that that due to that their plan is going to fall apart. But they absolutely have started a whole network that it was meant to contain this. It's called the False Memory Foundation, and I also believe
It's an organization.
Yes, I also believe that the parents whose children are coming forward and saying, "I remember you ritually abusing me," and when the parents say that they can't remember or they're confused, I have compassion for them. In many ways, I believe that had I not smashed my head into my car and had my memories, that I might well be one of those parents one day who my children came back and said, you know, what happened? I remember all this. How come you did this? And I believe that smashing my head was a blessing. And I think that these parents who don't understand may themselves be victims of ritual abuse, or else they are absolutely convinced that they want to gain money and power from supporting this network. I really have a hard time believing that people are that evil. I don't know.
Were these two accidents that occurred in April, each of these years, a few years apart, were those accidents, or you think someone was trying to harm you?
Usually when sex slaves have outrun their time, when you become older and they don't want you anymore, it's called being thrown off the train. And people, usually that happens at around age 29 for women. I was used longer, I think, because I had extensive mind files, and I was used in that way because I was what was called polyfragmented. I was multiple personality disordered to the max, to the ultimate damage, and so my capability of being used and being secure so that no one plus myself would know was pretty much guaranteed because I was so damaged. So I think at that point that usually they kill you. And they don't need to kill you because you kill yourself. You're triggered to have an accident, or you're triggered to, a lot of women commit suicide. They self-inflict wounds, and they don't know why they're doing it. And they self-destruct, and that's exactly how it's planned. It's planned that your time's over, you self-destruct, and oh my gosh, this is what happened, you know. This woman just killed herself. She's mentally unstable, and so it just is kept hidden that way.
So the first accident, that particular April, you're supposed to die, and you didn't, so they did it again a couple years later.
And I really don't have an answer. I don't have the exact reason for why that occurred, but I do, since I was threatened the last time, during that time when whatever they were trying to do, whether it was they were trying to kill me or whether it was just a threat to keep me quiet and scare me away, I really don't have that answer.
At this point in your life, were you talking then publicly, or
I was talking publicly, and I wasn't integrated enough to really even be afraid. I was unable to protect myself, but in that endeavor, I traveled around the country writing my book, And I met with other women who have been similarly abused, and was absolutely couldn't even believe the validation that we were able to support each other in the reality of what had happened to us. So that was
Brice,
very eye-opening.
Yeah, Brice, I have a little bit of a problem playing the devil's advocate. I have a problem with these very powerful people, way above, even above the politicians, ruling the world, and yet it comes all the way back down to where your father programmed you. Can you explain that? I mean, that's unbelievable. So, and also, if you're a victim of this, how many other people are victims, and how well organized are they?
I think there's a lot of people that have been victims. I think the answer lies, I believe my father was connected to the mafia. I don't believe that the mob even knew how big this was. I know I've talked to certain mafia people now who can't even believe it, and they want to help because they believe it's terrible too. They want to do everything they can to stop it. I believe that it goes back to, I've researched, it goes back to the Illuminati. And it's not something that just started this generation. This is hundreds of years in the planning. It's not something new. And I believe that people like my father fit into the plan of being this so much garbage that they could use as a tool for their plan.
Explain the Illuminati. What is the Illuminati?
The Illuminati is a group of people who are really, I'd just say they're kind of like the mob, only it's very high level, and they are very sophisticated use of mind control. They know all the aspects of it, and they're very well connected with wanting to gain power.
Do you know when the Illuminati was first organized?
I can't really recall all the history on that right now.
Do you remember who organized it?
No.
Do you remember where it was organized?
I believe it was organized in Europe originally.
Okay, and so you're saying that possibly several hundred years ago, it was organized. Do you know what they did in the way of organizing?
I think that they started putting out all kinds of different information. A lot of it now comes out as the New Age philosophy. I think that as much as we would all like world peace and harmony around the world, I think that a lot of that has been filtered down in a way that is made to look like it's for humankind benefit, that actually is going to just work into their plan. I wish I could be more clear on this. I think that there's, like Blavatsky, there's been a lot of people who were used to put out all kinds of different philosophies that could be used along these lines, and I really haven't done all my homework on all of this, so I don't know all the answers.
So you're saying that some of these philosophies advocated by the Illuminati it would appear to be for the betterment of mankind, and they're using this as a cover in order to further their cause?
Yes.
Like, for example, give me an example.
The philosophy of how wonderful it would be to have a global community where everyone was harmoniously living and it was all peace, and we were living under one rule or whatever. I believe that in America, our forefathers set this constitutional republic that we have up with very specific rules and guidelines, knowing that that this constitutional republic would only survive if we had certain spiritual beliefs in God that would back this up. I believe that this global harmony, peace, is not set upon those principles of God. It's not set upon principles of people under law ruling themselves. I think it's more of a dictatorship, and I think that it's going to look like peace, and it's going to not be that way in the end.
Are you talking about the United Nations?
I believe the United Nations was used as an organization that was able to work internationally. And I think that there was a specific group of people who worked through the United Nations that used that organization to further their interests that had nothing to do with what the United Nations was purporting publicly to do.
And what about records? You must have some records someplace, don't they? I mean, if you have an organization of this type, you're talking about a mass conspiracy.
Right. And as far as the records, I've heard all kinds of different information. There was a computer system that survivors have reported. It's called Janus. It's in Washington, D.C. It has unlimited information on people.
Where is it housed?
It's housed in Washington, D.C.
I know. Where in Washington?
I don't know.
Who told you about this?
There were two survivors that I interviewed, and I keep their anonymity because people are afraid.
Now, you mentioned early that as a result of these traumatic situations, you ended up having a photographic memory.
Yes.
This works against them then, doesn't it?
It does. But they never thought that I would be able to access my own memory. I think that they hadn't really perfected the technology quite as much in my generation as unfortunately I believe that they have with future generation. With the generation right now, I think there's a group of children who have been abused and programmed in daycare centers all over the country and internationally, whose level of sophistication of programming is way surpassed the way I was programmed. And I think that they didn't expect that I would be able to remember, but when I did, I remembered as if it was happening today. I mean, I was able to see it, smell it, taste it, hear it.
Are there other survivors like you that would fall in this category?
Yes, there's a lot of other survivors.
With these photographic memories?
Yes.
And how do they discredit you? They certainly must be attempting to discredit you.
They say that it's false memory. They say that you're crazy. They say that you're just, sexually hallucinating, or that you're having sexual fantasies, or there's every amount of discredit. People are discredited every day in the media. Unfortunately, people that have been victimized are continually victimized through being discredited publicly when they come forward. When they finally muster the courage to come forward, then they're discredited by the media, who is usually connected into this and trying to contain it.
Now that brings up another subject. You mean to tell me that the media is involved in this, enabling to perpetuate this gigantic cover-up?
Yes, they own the major networks.
They being?
These men that are publicly the elite. The name I do
Nameless.
not know I do not know who they are, but they are the elite.
You're talking about the big bankers?
I think it goes way beyond bankers. I think it goes to a certain number of select elite families, and I don't know what their names are.
I've heard some of these names, but I don't want to plant it in your mind.
Well, I know that I had some very specific memories about the Rockefeller family.
What about the Rockefeller family?
I had memories of being used at parties that Nelson Rockefeller gave at Christmas time in New York, where top politicians, top entertainers were invited to his home. They had secret meetings after the party. It was all very secluded, and they believed that I wouldn't remember, and I was usually used pre-programmed to deliver messages after sex to different politicians or whoever it was that they wanted to influence at these parties. And so I believe Nelson Rockefeller was heavily involved.
Well, now you say you were pre-programmed. Nelson Rockefeller didn't tell you to come to the party, did he?
Yes.
Well, he did?
I was...
Or was this one of those through the telephone? Or?
It was through the telephone. And I had very specific times of sitting with Nelson Rockefeller at times when he actually was the one telling me what to tell other people.
And how many occasions?
Gosh, I probably have memories of probably 4 very specific times.
And what age were you at this time?
It was during the time I was in my late teens and my early 20s. That was when I was used the most, because naturally that would have been the time when I was physically the most attractive.
Well, you're very pretty now, so you must have been...
Well, I've been through a lot, and I feel
You must have been very pretty then, too, of course.
Well, I was programmed to maintain a certain weight. I was programmed to be a perfect size 6. I don't think that people realize how powerful our brains are and how we can impact everything that a lot of the things that happen to us, even physically, with the power of our own minds.
Well, now, at what stage was there separation between you and your family? Where, in other words, your family was used in the initial indoctrination, your preschool experiences, sexual molestation, ritual abuse, and so forth. Now, was there an age or a period in your life where all of a sudden you left your family and went on to bigger and better things?
When I was 16 years old, I remember, and I was being used with Bob Hope quite a bit at that time in Palm Springs. I remember my father coming into my room at night and kneeling down at my bed and crying and saying, "Honey, big things are happening and I've lost control of you." And at the time I didn't have the ability to think or to question or to understand because I was under mind control. But about 6 months after that, my father was taken to UCLA and he had brain surgery. And I believe that from then on my father was no longer in charge of anything. And I had the feeling unconsciously that I was out of control, that no one was in charge of me, that, I could be used at any time, and it was very frightening, unconsciously.
Are you telling me that they actually took your father in and did brain surgery on him so he would be inoperative or ineffective?
I don't know what they did to my father. All I know is that my father had brain surgery, and that from then on he was no longer at home. He was not there. He was just not.
Lobotomy or what?
It was something similar to that, but they didn't need to do lobotomies any longer. They did something to him, I believe.
What about your mother? Did she know about this? Or did your father have a sickness that would cause him to go to the hospital? Or did they just tell him to go to the hospital?
My dad always had pain. He had a neck injury during the war when he was working in the shipyard, and he had a torticollis of the neck. And so they told him that they could deaden a nerve so that he would stop having pain. And they gave him brain surgery. And I don't know, but I suspect that something happened while he was there.
Did you ever discuss this with your mother? In other words, did your mother suspect it also, or did she just cast it aside?
No, my mother has been under mind control also, and my mother is a good person consciously. She has been very controlled, and when I began remembering and confronting her, she would just start crying, and she would say, I don't remember it. It's not that I don't believe you. I just can't remember anything." And she would cry, and she was very upset. It was awful to watch that. I hated my mother for a long time while I was getting my memories because I didn't understand why she would participate in hurting me. But after I was able to go through the healing process, I understood exactly why my mother hurt me and why she did what she did, because she was programmed to do that. And I believe that she didn't have a choice.
Did you ever fill out an application, say, in your life, I was born at a certain time, parents were this, address this, that you feel went into this Janus? Is that what it is?
Uh-huh.
Janus machine?
Not that I'm aware of. Not that I'm aware of, but I believe that the people that were in the mind control projects have been probably kept very, very concise records of, and because it was seen as research. They did all kinds of studies on people.
After World War II, before World War II, after the Korean War? What period?
After World War II, the Nazi scientists were brought to our country. A woman by the name of Linda Hunt wrote a book called Project Paperclip, in which she documented how the Nazi scientists, many of them were given immunity, brought to our country. They were plugged into the major universities, and they continued doing their research. Well, they had already accumulated lots of data about mind control through what they had, through the horrors in the concentration camps. Those people were studied. And so they basically continued their research in our country under the protection of our universities. And I believe...
And the government probably?
Yes. And, the government...
And the U.S. government?
Yeah, and the government funded it. And I believe a lot of the funding came from covert operations such as drugs, illegal drug, and then the money laundering and the child pornography and prostitution. All these horrific things that were done to people without their awareness just continued to fund their research.
Have you ever met any of these German scientists?
No.
Why do you say that you think this is so?
From
reading books?
From reading books that just kind of makes sense. It kind of fills in some of the gaps, and it makes sense. And if people take the time to read what others have spent hours researching, then the picture fills in.
You mentioned Rockefellers. Any other names? We're talking about above the political field, like the presidents and so forth.
Mm-hmm.
In other words, you're saying these presidents are used as pawns.
Yes. I believe Bob Hope was very influential and sometimes had power over the presidents. However, I really don't know how that worked. I just watched as a lot of these people waited for opportunities for people that were talented, were in public position, or had money to compromise themselves through their own perversions, through drug use, through people that were pedophiles. Whatever their perversions were, they would manipulate them to get the perfect opportunity to blackmail them. And then once that occurred, they had their use. They could totally use these people.
But the people that they would manipulate in order to blackmail had to be people who were in a position of importance, so to
Yes.
speak. It wouldn't be some fellows fixing the plumbing or doing the electrical.
No, they didn't bother with people who weren't powerful and influential or had money, intelligence.
And you'd mentioned the universities. You feel universities were involved also?
I believe the universities were involved. I believe that military installations were involved. I believe that they used equipment from NASA that in the mind control research. I think a lot of it's been hidden from the American public, and I think the American people have a right to know.
Well, what about U.S. intelligence communities? Like the FBI, CIA, military intelligence?
I believe the CIA was used heavily.
You believe this or you know this?
I believe this.
You don't
I
have
don't
any
know.
documentation?
All I know is that men in suits were continually accessing me, hurting my children, torturing all of us in order to keep me under control.
Why do you think that they were CIA then?
Well, they were Secret Service agents when I was used with presidents, and I believe they were CIA because there was a lot of espionage. And I have met other people who are Central Intelligence officers who knew that some of this was going on but had no idea that women and children were being hurt. They didn't know the whole story. They just knew little bits and pieces of it. And so people have gone on the record to explain this. People are concerned. People that didn't really know everything that was going on.
You mentioned Rockefeller. Any other prominent families that you can recall? How about prominent families overseas?
I think that there were royalty, English royalty.
You think or you know?
I know.
How do you know?
I was used as a prostitute to Prince Philip and to Prince Charles. And
when?
The late 70s.
Did you travel overseas? And you traveled overseas?
Yes, I was taken out of the country a lot with Henry Kissinger during the Nixon administration, and Henry Kissinger used what he called mind files, which you can actually program a person. They had developed the technology to program a person to remember extensive amounts of documents, all kinds of information, political information, and I was used the Trilateral Commission and the CFR, a lot of the organizations that Henry Kissinger was involved with. I would accompany him and was seen as a secretary or an aide, and he would access my mind files in order to extract information, and he had different ways of doing that. He would look at his watch and say, oh, it's 1 o'clock, to access certain material out of my mind files so that people wouldn't know what he was doing.
Can I access material out of your mind files now?
No.
Why?
Well, first of all, I believe that I don't have access any longer, or at least at this point I don't have access to that because I've been deprogrammed. There may be somebody here that's a deprogrammer who can help me get to that, but so far I haven't been able to get any deeper into that.
Are you telling me that you had access to the Council on Foreign Relations and the Trilateral files and you memorized that?
No. I had access to, when I was in my late teens, early and late teens, I was taken to the National Archives in Washington, D.C. I was taken into the Federal Reserve. I was exposed to lots of documents that Henry Kissinger would need the exact wording to when he would be making some of his deals. He was an expert strategist. He was perfect at manipulating people and coming up with strategies in order to be able to write out these legal documents. And so he was able, instead of having to take a lot of books and do a lot of research, he had everything all organized inside of my mind that he could access at any time that he wanted to.
So you went into the...
I went with Henry Kissinger. I have memories of going into Russia and into England.
But, I mean, to get this information, you went to the Library of Congress or what?
Yeah, I had a note that I gave to a woman at a desk that said, I guess, to let me into a certain room, and this lady took me into the room, and I was told to just look at file after file, and I was given hypnotic suggestions that I would remember everything that I saw, and I was told that I was to look at a document and take a picture of it with my mind. And so I did that, and later on when someone would access that document, I could actually bring the picture of it up into my mind and read it from the hypnotic photographic memory that I had.
So how did the Council on Foreign Relations and the Trilateral, are these people you're talking about when you say they?
I believe there's a group of people within those organizations that are working towards this New World Order.
Do you know the Council on Foreign Relations? Do you know people in there yourself?
No, only Henry Kissinger.
He's the only. Have you ever seen a membership list of the Council on Foreign Relations?
I have seen it, and there are some people that I remembered seeing, but Henry Kissinger was the main person.
And how about the Trilateral Commission?
And those are foggy memories, but I know I was used a lot with Henry Kissinger during that time.
Have you ever heard of the Bilderbergers?
I've heard of them, however, I don't have any personal experience with them.
So, in addition to Henry Kissinger traveling with him, did he use you as a sex slave?
No, Henry Kissinger never used me as a sex slave at all, ever. From what I understood from deprogramming is that a person couldn't be used with mind files and as a sex slave at the same time, or just for some reason the brain can't work that way. And so if I was being used for my mind file capabilities, I had to be used only for that. and then later on, if they wanted to use me with someone as a sex slave, I would be used for that. But never was used with Henry Kissinger.
How old were you first used? How were you first used, and how old were you when you were first used versus a sex slave or a mind control?
I began with the high-level sex slave with more important people as a teenager when I was like 16.
And then at what stage did you discontinue being a sex slave and become the person that could memorize these documents?
No, the memorization of the documents started in like my high school years, and it was during the Nixon administration, and so I was used for both. I was used a lot for both the sex slave and the mind files, but not at the same time.
Oh, so in other words, one week they'd use you for sex slave, and the next week they'd use you for mind.
Or in the morning they'd use me for mind files, and at night I'd be used as a sex slave.
So it wasn't over periods of weeks or days. It was
time.
It could
hours.
Be hours.
Hours.
Okay. And who would make the decision as to whether or not you were used one way or the other?
I believe that Henry Kissinger and Bob Hope were the main people in charge of how I was used. And I had a lot of memories of being used sitting in between Henry Kissinger and Nelson Rockefeller in a limo. I was used extensively in limousines, where I was either doing sex with different politicians or entertainers or whatever. But during this time with Rockefeller and Kissinger, they would be strategizing on different people that they wanted to influence. And so they would have me in the back of the limousine, and they'd be putting in different things that they wanted me to say to people. And sometimes it would be like foreign leaders, and they would even have people who could speak the foreign language who would tell me, when I was in a hypnotic trance, what to say in a foreign language to deliver this message to someone after I'd had sex with them. And so they had researched exactly what the person that was, they called it targeting a person. And whoever the targeted person was, they knew exactly what their likes and dislikes were, even down to what kind of perfumes they liked, or what kind of sex they liked, or what attitudes I was to behold, or whatever. They had done their homework, and they knew exactly the stance to take to influence these people.
Name some of these foreign dignitaries
that I
targeted. That you had sex with.
Yeah, Prince Charles and Prince Philip and
others.
Yeah, there were some others. There were some other foreign ambassadors and Mexican officials, and
you don't want to name them.
Yeah, I don't want to. I just get scared.
Yeah, you don't want to name them. Okay. And what kind of messages would you pass on to them?
The messages were along the lines of giving them a suggestion about like different attitudes. I mean, they were all different, but like with Nixon one time, an example would be that they wanted to send some troops into a certain area, and so they used me to like try to get persuade Nixon that it would be the American thing to do, to send the troops in and to say that we were helping to further peace and freedom, and that we were a great nation, and along those lines, in order that that a president would be influenced, or a leader.
So they used sex, so they put you next to Nixon so you could influence some of his foreign policies. Is that what you're saying? And you mean a man like that would have sex and it would influence him just from somebody that he has sex with?
Well, I would have sex with him, and then I would deliver this message that they had pre-programmed me to say. And the messages were very clever. I mean, it's like there were times when Reagan would say, I don't know how you know all this stuff, or you're so smart or something, for you're such a young age. And it wasn't that I was smart. It was just that the people that were programming me had done their research and their homework, and they knew exactly what to say and how to say it. And I was given clever sayings, I was given jokes, I sang songs, I did whatever. I was like a little entertainment center. And so it was like having a toy. And it went a long way, I guess, to influencing.
Well, didn't Nixon and Reagan realize that you were a part of the program, that you were influencing
I don't
them?
believe that they did. I don't believe that they knew. I think that they were naively thinking that, you know, they were being given a gift, or that it was their right to use. I heard the attitude that it was that the presidents had a right to having whatever it was that would help them do their job better. And if it was to relieve stress, I gave foot massages, I gave back massages. You know, I did whatever was necessary in order to relieve them of stress or whatever. When Watergate happened, Nixon was severely depressed. And, you know, it was my job to help him be happy, and he sometimes relied on that, knowing that when I came in that he would feel better. And since then I talked to a man who's written a book in 1978. His name is Walter Bauer. It was called Operation Mind Control, and he personally knows Nixon's psychiatrist, and told me that Nixon was severely depressed, and it was everything that I remembered. It validated my memory about that.
So you have to go in the White House to do these things?
Usually it was at places where the president was taken. It was the Western White House was here in California, or like with Reagan, I was taken to his ranch in California. And it wasn't, you know, I would be used in closer proximity to my home in California. But then I was also taken at times, as a teenager in Washington, D.C., they had a limo loop where politicians could get into the limo at lunch and have oral sex with a sex slave. And it was just seen as a service. And I think that these guys were paid off in whatever it was that turned them on, and they used slaves. And I was not the only one. There were other women who have also been used.
And who are some of these other politicians?
Kennedy was
Jack
Ted
or
Kennedy. Ted Kennedy was a major perpetrator of sexual abuse to me. He was very violent.
In what way?
He would slap me, beat me, tie me up. I mean, he was brutal. He was brutal. There were.
Would he have normal sex with you, or after he beat you up, or?
Well, he would have. Yeah, I don't call that normal sex. I call that brutal sex, violent sex.
But I mean, would he?
He would have sex with me.
It would be like heterosexual sex.
Yes,
Okay.
and there were times at different galas or political meetings where these guys knew who the sex slaves were, and they would always be trying to get us off into a corner, into another room or somewhere to have sex.
Who are these guys?
Ted Kennedy, a lot of the different politicians.
Name the other politicians just name the ones who you say you've had were used as a sex slave for.
Okay, Ted Kennedy, Richard Nixon, Ronald Reagan. I'm trying to think.
Any other presidents?
Yes. I was used with Lyndon Johnson a couple times at his ranch in Texas. I was used with a lot of celebrities.
Just go back to the presidents. Finish up the presidents.
I was used. I was never used with Jimmy Carter. I was used with Ford. He was also violent, and he was also connected to Bob Hope. and that was usually in Palm Springs on the golf course with Bob Hope.
You mean they
Or
did this on the golf course?
No, it was after they would play a round of golf.
Mm.
And Bob often shared me with a lot of his political friends in Palm Springs. Yeah, so that was about it with the presidents.
You left out one of the presidents, didn't you?
Reagan, Nixon, Ford, and not Carter.
Not Carter.
Not Carter.
How about Bush?
Oh, George Bush. When Reagan was president of the United States and George Bush was vice president, George Bush is a pedophile, and my daughter was also raised in the project, which is called Project Monarch, and my daughter was trained to be a sex slave presidential model, and she was abused by George Bush as a child when she was like 3 years old.
And were you a sex slave to George Bush yourself?
No, I never was.
But he did with your daughter then?
Yes. And I have since met other women who have children with the same exact name who are also abused as children by George Bush.
Same exact name as your daughter?
Yes, my daughter.
That name is Kelly?
Kelly.
And how about Clinton, Bill Clinton?
Bill Clinton also had sex with my daughter.
Did Clinton have sex with you?
And it was just before he was elected president. Yes.
And with you also?
Yes.
How about
we were
him?
often used as a sex team together. We were trained as a sex team and were used with certain people who enjoyed that kind of sex.
I mean, first the child and then the
Or,
parent?
no, both together. Mother and daughter sex team.
Oh, I see. And how about Hillary?
No, I never had anything to do with Hillary.
How about some of the other presidents' wives, a lesbian relationship? You know anything about that?
I've heard from other people that have been abused in the project that are sex slaves that Hillary Clinton is a lesbian, and I have heard from their reports that they were abused by her, but as far as sex with any of the other presidents' wives, I don't know. I have no knowledge of that.
You know anything about Barbara Bush?
All I know is that she just seemed like the nice grandmotherly type, and I don't know anything about her.
Okay, let's come back. Let's come down one more level. Let's say, how about U.S. senators, congressmen?
There were some, and right now, for whatever reason, I can't remember their names, but there were different. I can't remember the names, but there were different people that I was used with at that level.
How many?
I don't know.
A dozen? 2 dozen?
Probably a lot.
50?
A lot. Probably. I mean, it was years that I was used this way, and I wasn't supposed to ever know or remember their names. So, a lot of times the memories came without faces and weren't as vivid as some of the other ones. But I know that there were.
Say 50 of them, would you say?
I wouldn't be surprised.
And you're talking about congressmen and senators.
Mm-hmm.
And what about governors?
Governors, I was used with Reagan when he was a governor. I was used to deliver a message to other California governors. I was used with Pete Wilson before he was a senator in California. I was used with Pete Wilson way before he was governor. They were planning on using him possibly in the future as for president, grooming him along those lines. And I had a lot of different times I was used with him in Catalina Island, where I would deliver messages to him, and I believe that Pete Wilson was very aware of where the messages were coming from, and he was very willing to cooperate, and he wanted to advance and do whatever they said.
Give me an example of the messages you would deliver.
They usually had to do with legislation and
How to vote?
how to vote, who to, turn away from this issue, or, look to this or do that. And there was something that I haven't completely gotten all the answers to that had to do with an educational system that was implemented in California called, I believe it's like Education 2000, that had to do with a certain new way of teaching children. And I think it has to do with a way of teaching children that gets totally away from the basics of what they're supposed to be, what a child needs to learn in order to think for themselves. These systems were designed for children to not think, to just be controlled.
Like getting away from reading, writing, arithmetic, and
Right.
so forth. The basics that have been taught to us for years, year after year.
Exactly.
You mentioned espionage. How would you be used in espionage?
Basically just delivering messages. I wasn't the one planning it, and so I would be sent into someone, and like there were certain corporation heads, presidents that I would be sent into, and in different hotel rooms, and I would be delivering messages to them, or like there were times when I would be used. Either the mafia or the CIA would send me in with different messages. It was extensive. It was messages usually about just influencing someone's attitude about another person, to make them not trust someone, or to make them trust this person, or to vote this person in, or look the other way.
Why would they believe you?
Well, they probably wouldn't necessarily believe me, but if I just reported innocently that I had seen this person do such and such, or, I had witnessed this or heard this, then, it kind of seeds a person in their thinking. It's like a thought that's there that always maybe casts a little bit of doubt about something.
So you say the mafia's involved in this too? Mm-hmm. How do you know the mafia's involved?
Oh my God. Because this is scary. Because the mafia was involved. I was used in Las Vegas a lot, and the mafia was involved heavily in Las Vegas.
How were you used in Las Vegas by the mafia? And when?
Oh man. Frank Sinatra was one of Bob Hope's friends, and I was used in Las Vegas when I was a teenager and in my early 20s. And basically, I was tortured a lot by the mafia there in order to stay in line, and I think it had to do with keeping me from remembering a lot. It was another.
How do you know it was mafia? I certainly wouldn't say I'm mafia.
I think it's just you kind of know. I think I was around mafia people my whole life, and I don't know, like Bibi Rebozo was, I consider, was the mafia, and he was President Nixon's best friend, and I have some very specific memories of him, and I just heard, I guess, from being around, just sitting, they would park me in different places, thinking that I was just to be sitting there kind of, as a vegetable, and I was listening. Parts of me were listening and remembering, so I kind of knew a lot of stuff that they probably thought I wasn't going to remember.
And what other prominent people? How about ambassadors and United Nations officials?
I don't have any specific recollections of actual names of people in those positions, but...
Do you ever recall going to a restaurant, say in New York City or other locations, where you knew that the booths were wired for video and audio both?
No, but I do remember going to parties in Palm Springs at Bob Hope's house, and different places where I knew that the room was wired, and I knew that people were being compromised. Men would be led to believe that these people, like Bob Hope and everybody, believed that it was okay to be having sex with children, and that it's okay, and the drugs were free, and the alcohol was free, and have it all, and then when the person participated as a pedophile having sex with a child, they were being filmed, and then they owned these people, and they called it having them in their back pocket.
And who were these people? Businessmen?
Mm-hmm. Businessmen, different politicians, wealthy people.
Does the name Richard Armitage mean anything to you?
No.
Did you ever get involved in, say, the missing in action, the POW issue?
No.
Mm-hmm. You mentioned earlier that you were abused in the Baptist church. How about other religions?
Well, I was abused in the Baptist church, and then later on it was Presbyterian, but I believe that from the reports that I've heard from other women around the country, there's been ritual abuse in the Catholic Church, in the Mormon Church. It's not just limited to one religion. It's like they just utilize that setting in a lot of different religions.
You said you heard from other women around the country, other sex slaves?
Yes.
How many such sex slaves do you know or have you had personal contact with?
Probably about 6.
And
that I know personally.
That you've talked to?
That I personally met in person for an extended period of time.
And did you exchange information?
Oh gosh, I probably should say 10. There's probably 10.
Did you exchange information?
Yes.
Are these other women talking?
No. And most of them are very frightened. Most of them are still not integrated. They haven't been able to have the benefit of as much therapy and deprogramming as I have. And they're very scared. And they're very broken people. And they're just trying to maintain. Some of them are homeless. Some are
living on the street?
Living on the streets.
How would you ever meet somebody living on the street?
I met a woman that was living when I was on the island of Kauai. I know she was from this, and she was homeless. She was terrified. She was afraid even of having a home because she was afraid someone would find her and hurt her if she had a home.
Well, how did you know she was one of these sex slaves?
Because she reported what she had remembered and shared with me, her memories.
Why would she open up to you?
Because I was very vocal, and so she felt like I was a person that she could trust. It's like we were like these people that had similar experiences. We were trying to understand what had happened to us.
So you just struck up a conversation with her on the street? Is that what you're saying?
She had been a therapist in the mental health system, and I actually, it was before she was homeless, I actually signed up for a class at her home, and went, and as I was writing and drawing and telling her what had happened to me, she was having her own memories. And then it was probably 6 months through her own process that she became homeless and stopped being able to work. She was incredibly dysfunctional. She couldn't think straight. She couldn't do anything.
Did you ever see money exchanged among these people?
In the earlier days, there were suitcases full of money that was exchanged. Lots for drugs. I was used in money laundering operations. It was always about money. Money was a very central thing, but later on, they didn't need to carry money around in suitcases any longer. Imagine it became more sophisticated and was able to be wired and transferred through different accounts.
And how many times did you see money exchanged?
There were drug exchanges. I really couldn't even count the number. It was a lot.
What years would this have been?
The late 60s, early 70s.
And tell me about the exchange of drugs. Somebody would have some drugs in a hotel room or something, and then somebody bring money in and they exchange it?
There was usually larger numbers of drugs, bigger, like lots of drugs. And
did you see the drugs?
And I've seen drugs in briefcases.
And money and drugs
lots of
at the
money
same place
drugs,
at the same time, and then they just switch suitcases?
And a lot of times cocaine was given as a gift. along with the prostitute. Like I would be given as a gift to someone along with, I would bring cocaine in order to give it to whoever it was that I was being prostituted to. There was a lot of drug money.
Well, it's a wonder with all this prostitution you didn't have any venereal diseases.
Real early on, I was put on a continuous supply of antibiotics by our family doctor, and I was told.
Your family doctor was involved in it?
Well, I was put on antibiotics from him. I don't know. But I was told that I had pimples, and I never had pimples. I mean, I didn't have the ability to question that, but they told me I needed to be taking these all the time so I wouldn't have pimples ever. And I never had pimples, but I was always taking antibiotics.
So they were building up your immune system then?
Mm-hmm.
Well, will that prevent you from having a venereal disease?
I believe that it did prevent me from having a venereal disease. I never did have any.
Never did
I've
have
been
any?
Tested. I don't have any.
And how'd your husband fit into this picture? Did he just go along with the program?
Well,
or was
he had
aware
been
of it?
abused. We had been conditioned over the years where, like, we would go and park like a normal teenage couple would, and he would start kissing me, and someone would pull the door open in the car and pull him out and beat him up in front of me, so I believed that he was totally incapable of helping me, and then they would rape me in front of him. And so the two of us were conditioned that way, and I believe he learned to dissociate along those lines, and later to even take me to be prostituted to people. On our honeymoon, I was prostituted to Don Ho.
Who's Don Ho?
Don Ho is a Hawaiian entertainer. My father paid for us to go to Hawaii on our honeymoon, and we went to the Don Ho show, and after the show, Craig took me back to Don Ho's back private room, and Don Ho said, are you going to hand your wife over to me? Real easy like, and Don Ho was drunk, and that's exactly what happened. And then Don Ho told me he wanted me to struggle like it was a rape, and it was disgusting. And so that was my honeymoon.
Nice honeymoon, huh?
Nice honeymoon.
What other actors and prominent people were used?
There's a whole list. I've got it all written down. But Bob Hope prostituted me to Bing Crosby one night, wrapped me up with a big bow and put me in a closet, and with a card saying that I was like a prostitute doll, and that I didn't come with clothes. He'd have to wrap me in a raincoat to take me out, and that he told him the ways to access me, by which physical places to touch me, to turn me on, to just like I was a doll. And I was taken to parties with Bob Hope where I was prostituted by Dean Martin. There was group sex orgies. I was prostituted as a very young teenager to Sammy Davis Jr. at the theater in the Round in Woodland Hills. It was a big theater at the time where actors came. My daughter was prostituted to Mickey Rooney. There was just a lot of those kind of old-time actors who we were both, sometimes me, sometimes both of us together, prostituted to.
How about organizations? Were you used, say, for organizational prostitution?
No, not so much. There were organizations like early on when I was really young, there were a couple of really bad rituals that went on behind the scenes at a Shriner convention. But as far as organizations, it's like it was just the people that operated within organizations. It wasn't so much just.
For example, what organization? Any professional teams, say?
Not really that I know of. It was just
Any professional baseball team?
Oh, yeah, the Dodgers. Was used at the Dodgers Stadium. The Dodgers had an incentive of sex slaves that they were rewarded with if they played well, and they called it the Dodger lineup. And they brought in mind control slaves, women and children, to be in the Dodger lineup. And Tommy Lasorda called, it was the Dodger. We were called the Dodger Diamonds, and so they used a lineup, and if the Dodgers played well, they got to have sex slaves after the game as a reward, and if they didn't, then they had to not have any sex that night. And it was my experience that many of the Dodgers were under mind control themselves, and that they were owned. And I have some really very sad memories of Cindy Garvey and her two daughters being abused in the sex lineup, being very violently abused and hurt. And
By the other
kids were
Dodgers?
little. Yes, by Tommy Lasorda.
Is she a very attractive lady?
Yeah, she's a real pretty blonde.
That's what I thought.
She was used, I have memories of her being used in pornography in Calabasas with her. And it's just, it's bad.
How about O'Malley, the owner?
I don't have any specific memories of him.
How about any universities? Any involvement in the universities?
I have a feeling that USC is somehow connected with the mind control project because my ex-husband went to dental school there, and I was prostituted to different coaches there, although I don't remember anyone's names, and different people within the university that I don't know who they are, but I did have memories of being abused.
What kind of coaches?
Football coaches. So,
what about the, say, like the head coach over there now, Robinson? I think that's his name. Would that mean anything?
I don't know. I don't know, but
John Robinson.
yeah, it was pretty bad.
You don't remember that name?
Yeah, I do remember that name.
Okay, would he have been one of them?
I don't know.
You don't
I
know?
may not have had all these memories yet.
In other words, you don't know for sure about that.
I don't know for sure.
What about covert operations? Did we cover that when you're talking about espionage?
Well, I think the prostitution and the pornography were covert operations, and I remember as a child being used in Tarzana on Ventura Boulevard at a place called the Corbin Bowl, where they ran, they had child prostitution and pornography, and I was even used, programmed to lure other children off the street that were put into cages and used in pornography and then killed. Sometimes they were used in snuff pornography.
How old were you when this happened?
I was like 6, 7 years old, 8 years old. And they were very painful when I remembered all of that. But I think that's where a lot of these missing children that end up on milk cartons, where they end up going. And I think that they're just, lured in and taken off and used, and then they're never seen again.
Over how long a period were you used in this manner?
Well, those specific memories, probably a year. But
When you were 6, 7 years old?
When I was little.
And
in that location.
What location is that again?
That was at the Corbin Bowl. And I believe the Corbin Bowl it's either in Tarzana or Encino. It's on Ventura Boulevard. It's a bowling alley. It was a bowling alley, but they used some back rooms that they had there.
So the kids that come there to bowl and...
Well, I don't remember anything about really so much the bowling alley, but they were, kids were brought in, like I would be used, there would be a limo on the street, and I would, hey, do you want some candy? And we have a TV in here, you want to come see? And they would get into the limo to look, and that would be the last. The door would be slammed on and they'd be taken away. That was it. And they'd be used in pornography or prostitution, and then they would be killed or whatever they did.
How many instances did this occur with you directly involved?
I had very, very specific memories of a few instances.
A few. What's a few?
3 or 4. I mean, where I got the specific information.
Well, you were the one that lured them into the
And
car?
I was the one that they used to lure into the car.
Did you ever find out what happened to these kids?
I think they were used in snuff porn. As a child, I had endless memories of pornography. It was a normal activity that was done a lot. And a lot of the pornography ended in snuff where the kids that were used were killed. And I think that they killed the ones that were like, I don't know where they got these kids, if they were runaways, or I don't know where they got the children. I don't know. Or why they wouldn't be missing from their families. Or maybe they are just the kids that are on milk cartons that were missing, but they would get these kids and use them.
How many such incidents do you recall? Where you witnessed a snuff film?
Years. I
How
can't
many?
just say like 1, 2. I don't know, a lot.
But were you using the snuff film yourself as one of the kids?
They would use me like in the pornography, but I wasn't obviously the one that was killed.
No, that's what I mean. But
And
would
I
you be
think
part of the? You'd be part of the film, in other words.
Right. And then they would just kill the child that was off the street.
And who were these people that were behind this? The adults.
Men in suits. I never knew who they were. I do not. I still to this day don't really know who they were.
Did your father or your parents loan you out to these men in the suits, or did they just say go to the bowling alley and have fun?
It was done under the guise of going to church choir practice. I was even taken out of school. One time during elementary school, I was taken out of like an hour of school to walk to the choir practice that was just right around the corner. And we would do a couple songs, and then it would just be men would come in, and the lady that was a choir director would, she was probably herself under mind control. She would just step aside, and they would start filming pornography.
Of the whole choir? Or
The kids in the choir.
And then would they take you out and use you as a decoy for the kids that they would kidnap?
Well, those memories were related more to the bowling alley. But sometimes they did bring in their babies that they used in the snuff films. And they would kill them, and their belief was that if they killed a child in that way, that the power was transferred to them. I mean, they have all these sick, twisted belief systems that they believe that
at the time of death you're talking about.
That the energy is transferred so that then they have the power. That's their incentive for doing this.
Did they do these killings within the pentagram or with the satanic type
No,
stuff?
it was just like pornography. But they had the satanic belief systems. But
how would they kill them?
Sometimes they would kill them by having sex with them to the point that the child would die. They would just die from the trauma. And sometimes they would cut them up. And it was horrific. It was awful. It is living hell. It is horrible.
How much would the film sell for?
I have no idea, but I know that there must have been a big market for them because they sure did a lot of them.
How about the concept of a sex slave? Can you talk about that?
Sex slave is a person that's been trained, sexually abused from childhood. You have personalities. I had different personalities that were trained in all sorts of sex. I was trained to give perfect oral sex. I was trained to be able to perform every kind of sex act like a machine without endless energy, without tiring, and without any needs of my own. It's just like being a machine, basically, where you just do what you're told.
And you were trained yourself. Would they train you with your daughter? Would they train you with other women and children, or what?
I was trained as a child on my own with my father and my brother. My brother was also abused. I have 2 brothers. One of them was used more than another one. And then later on, when my daughter was little, she was trained, and we were trained together. to perform sex on someone. Like she would take the front and I would take the back or whatever, and it's just like being a machine.
Who would give you this training?
I was trained with different prostitutes. I was trained with Playboy bunnies. I was trained in a lot of different times in a lot of different places over the years, different training.
Have you ever been at Hugh Hefner's?
Yes.
Is that where you received some of your training?
Yes. As a teenager, Bob took me there, and Bob Hope, and I received training from Playboy bunnies on different things that I was to do. And I don't know that Hugh Hefner was involved with slaves. I was never abused by him. I don't know what he knew. He may not have known any of it.
Did they ever let you use the facilities for recreational purposes, like the swimming pool or any of that?
Mm-mm.
Strictly for training.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, when I was being used as a sex slave, I was food and sleep deprived. And so I was never allowed to, if anyone offered me a drink or anything, I would take it, but I knew not to drink it. And Bob would or someone else would take it away from me.
Bob Hope would?
I wasn't allowed to eat. I would go hours without eating. I still have eating problems now where I always have to make sure I have snacks around me because it's frightening to think that I would have to go without food or water again.
Why would they use this technique, deprive you of sleep and food?
I'm not an expert in programming, but it has to do with the fact that when your brain is starved, with the lack of food and water, that it puts you in more of a dissociated state so that you can be used under mind control.
And were you ever abused or taken to military bases?
Yes, I had a lot of memories of being taken as a child. I was put into machinery. I was hung upside down. I was spun in different chambers. They used lights and sound. There was a lot of high-tech equipment that I don't understand what it is, but I know that I went to NASA in Huntsville a couple of years ago and experienced sitting in some of those machines that turn you upside down. It was similar type machinery that I was spun, and they know all about brain chemistry, so they knew exactly what to do. I don't know what they were doing, but I felt tortured by what they were doing to me.
And when your father said to you that came to you when you were 16, you started crying, he said he'd lost you. Can you associate that to a particular event or a situation?
I believe that's when I started being used at a higher level. My grandfather lived in Iowa. He was the mayor of the town and later ran for other political offices. And there was a connection there because I didn't meet my grandparents until I was a teenager. And I believe that as I started meeting my grandparents, and I got connected to a higher level, and I think that the higher the levels that I was approved at, that's when they just took over.
So when he said that, maybe he passed you on to the next level, and probably your grandparents were involved at that level.
Mm-hmm.
And what town was your grandfather mayor of?
Correctionville, Iowa.
Correctionville?
It's like an hour out of Sioux City.
Would it be east of Sioux City then, I guess?
I don't know.
How about controlled media? What can you tell me about the media?
I believe that the newspapers are, I overheard different places where I was, and they own the media. They own the magazines, they own the newspapers, they owned the television stations. They had a network of people who owned the major networks, and I believe that it's totally controlled now.
How do you know?
That's just what I heard. That's just what I heard.
How'd you hear it? Who told you that?
I think probably, I can't name a specific time when I really got that information. It was an attitude, and I believe that it's so. I can't
Did
really
Bob Hope ever make a statement like that?
I really can't tell you exactly where I got that information.
You put it together in your mind, though, right?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. And how about Project Monarch? You mentioned it earlier.
Right. As I got more integrated and remembered more, I met people from the intelligence community who were attempting to step forward and help with this. And I met a man named Mark Phillips who had information about Project Monarch and knew about the conditioning and programming of other sex slaves around the country. And I believe that there have been a lot of people who have been used at the government level in this project.
And Project Monarch is what?
It's the code name. There was MK Ultra. There were a lot of different projects under different names, and I think there's probably even more sub-projects and sub-names of top secret projects where people were used under mind control experiments.
Do you feel like you're a victim of Project Monarch?
I don't know specifically. I was never told you are, part of Project Monarch. All I know is that a lot of what I experienced fits the profile of other people who had been identified as used in Project Monarch.
Where would they train you in, say, Project Monarch? Would you go to a particular school or to a house or to a...
I believe that once you are multiple personality disordered to a certain level and that you're in a network, like if you're in an intergenerational family, then they can use you to train you for more high-tech things. Like you can be taken, I was taken to military bases, and I was taken to Point Mugu, naval base in, I believe it's in Ventura, California, and was connected to high-tech equipment, and I believe that that's where these projects, I think that's what kind of defines if a person's in a project or not. It's the level of technology that you're used at, or that your mind is programmed.
And do you feel like when you were taken to Point Mugu, that you received some sort of mind control training that could be called Project Monarch?
I believe I was used that there was mind control programming, and I don't know what the name of the project was.
Would they have somebody stand up at the head of the class and say, okay, here's what you're going to do today, and there'd be 10 other kids there? Or what?
No, but there was programming and cross-programming and things that they'd put electrodes on your head and program. There would be times when they would do high-pitched frequency sounds. They would put one kind of sound in one ear and one kind of sound in the other ear, and it would drive you nuts. I mean, just high-pitched frequencies. And from what I'm understanding and learning more about this, is it's a way to take your conscious mind totally out of the picture when you're totally bombarded with all your senses, that you're able to, that your conscious mind just leaves, you dissociate, and that's when they're able to do deep programming on your subconscious mind. And that's when it's embedded deeply, and you're not supposed to be able to remember.
Do you have any knowledge about, after, say, these children were kidnapped or thrown in cars, other than the snuff film, do you have any knowledge about them being sold, say, for body parts or to go overseas or anything like that?
No, I don't have personal information on that. I have talked to other people who are very aware that is going on, but I didn't personally have experience with that.
Have you ever heard of the organization called the Finders?
No. I do know that there was programming that I was subjected to, I believed inside, not consciously, but subconsciously, I believed that I had a twin sister, and her name was Sharon, and I believed that she was separate from me, although she was just part of me. I was programmed along Disneyland themes. There was a movie that I watched called The Parent Trap that was about twins named Susan and Sharon, and I was programmed to think that I was like them, and I thought, I used to cry when I was first getting my memories because I wanted to know where my twin sister was, and I longed for her, and I cried, and I wanted her, and I felt she was in danger, and I didn't know where she was, and And it wasn't until I was able to integrate that part of me, realize that Sharon was my twin sister and that she was one that was programmed to think that she was wealthy, that she had, extensive training, was very intelligent, was Catholic, and was used with a lot of the different people. So they're able to compartmentalize different people that you're used with and different capabilities by having the different personalities. And the Disney themes were used extensively. I had programs with Alice in Wonderland where they used the fantasy part of it, and the Wizard of Oz, where I was trained that when I went over the rainbow, I would be into another world. It felt real, but wasn't, and that, that I would, every time I'd hear the word home, that there's no place like home, that I would,
like
associate.
For the holidays?
No, there's no place like home. When Dorothy says there's no place like home in The Wizard of Oz,
oh, yes.
It was associated to being back in my bed and to forgetting everything that had previously gone on with me during that night. I'd be picked up at the airport, and my mother or father would say, "You can sleep all the way home." And that's all I needed to hear was the word home. And I was
picked up at the airport by your parents?
Mm-hmm.
Where would you fly in from?
LAX. Oh, where? Washington, D.C., New York, or everywhere. Lots of different places.
This is when you were given these assignments.
Mm-hmm.
But your parents obviously knew what you were being used.
My mother was programmed. My mother, I would stake my life on the fact that my mother is programmed, does not know. She doesn't. My mother would never consciously do any of this. My mother is a good person. She
what
would
about
never.
Your father? Is he still alive?
My father was nuts. He was a multiple. When I was a little girl, yes, he's still alive. He's 85 years old. He's in a nursing home. When I started having all the memories, I, of course, reported him to Child Protective Services and gave an extensive report of everything I'd remembered, and it went nowhere. Although they did interview nieces and nephews and people that had contact with him, and obviously the children didn't remember anything because they'd probably all been abused in this way and consciously weren't able to remember to report it. But my father, I remember as a child, when I learned more about multiple personality disorder, when I studied it and got my bachelor's degree in psychology, and when I was able to study it, I realized that looking back, my dad used to say things like, when I was a little girl, or he made references to different personalities within himself all of the time. And he was always changeable. I mean, we'd go to one people's house and he'd, be Jewish, and we'd go to another people and he'd be, Catholic. And my father had a lot of different identities, and he was kind of charismatic, and a lot of people thought he was really funny, but he was severely disturbed. A severely disturbed individual.
What was his occupation?
He was a welder. He had a welding shop called Eckhart's Welding in West LA, and I believe that it was used as a front for pornography and prostitution. There was a lot of pictures sold out of there. I was taken there a lot. Robert Taylor, the actor, used to come visit my father there all the time. And my dad would come home and say, my friend Robert Taylor came by the shop today. And I don't know exactly what their relationship was, but it all fits together in the same network.
Well, if your dad's in a home, is the welding shop still owned by the family?
My brother Rick owns the welding shop.
And was his welding shop self-sustaining or self-supporting?
Yes, and I believe that, as I got to higher levels, the welding shops expanded. And I think there's like 6 or 8 of them now. Maybe there's 5 or 6
welding shops.
They're called Eckhart's Incorporated. And they're Thousand Oaks, Mission Hills, West LA, Oxnard. They're all over. And my family split apart. My brothers got in a big fight. No one would talk to anyone else. The whole family is estranged. My mother has very little contact with anyone.
Well, would these welding shops be able to support themselves, or do they use the pornography?
No, I think that there's a legitimate business going on of welding hitches and different welding jobs that also sustain the business.
So it was more than, it wasn't just a front then?
No.
How about guns? You ever see any exchange of money for guns or dope for
There,
guns?
I had memories of being taken out of the country, and we would go on vacations to places in Mexico where there would be at night transfers of munitions. And my father's uncle, his name was Charles Lilly Horn, and he wasn't actually my father's uncle, but I think he was like a distant cousin. But he was the owner of Federal Cartage Company, which they manufactured munitions, and what we called him Uncle Charlie. He was
in L.A.?
No, he lived in I believe he lived in Omaha, and he lived in Scottsdale, Arizona part of the year. But he wore a suit all the time. He always had a carnation in his lapel. He was a multimillionaire. And I believe that his money was made through the munitions and the selling of guns. I think it was a big business. I think that they knew that. That's what funded a lot of stuff that they needed money for.
You mean like the pornography?
I really don't know. All I know is that my Uncle Charles was involved in munitions. Federal Cartage.
What year would this have been?
The late 60s, early 70s.
Is he still alive?
No. And then he was affiliated with, I'm not sure if he owned it or was affiliated with Olin Foundation, and I don't know what all they're involved in. I believe that he was involved with the higher level of this whole network too.
Not above the politicians, though.
I don't know.
How about aliens and the UFOs?
When I first started having memories, I believed I was a Martian. I had massive migraine headaches. I thought I was a Martian. I thought my mission was to help escort people to other planets, should we have a crisis on the Earth. I think that I believe that it was a cover program that was used to make me appear like I was absolutely insane to people. Should I start remembering and reporting this, it was like a layer where I would report this and it would discredit anything that I would say later. But I remember thinking that I was hearing about the aliens, the Martians were talking to me, and I also believe that it was a perfect cover for the ritual abuse, where missing time is related, that the thinking that I was abducted and missing time, and that someone was, taking children. I had fetuses that were aborted when I was a teenager that they used in rituals, and it was an easy thing to blame it on an alien. And then, how would anyone ever? There's no one to point the finger at if it's some alien civilization. And I'm not saying that there might not be, but I just know that it was very real human people who were doing the abuse to me, not aliens. And the reason I was missing time wasn't because I was taken in a UFO. It was because I was being taken in helicopters, and they would tell. I would think that I was being abducted in a UFO when I was in a helicopter. And it was just the perfect cover to make it seem like something that was absolutely unbelievable. And there would be no accountability, of course, to it. How are you going to catch an alien in a spaceship?
Mm-hmm. Do you feel like you've actually seen a spaceship or been inside a spaceship?
I thought I had, but I believe I was inside helicopters and airplanes.
Mm-hmm. Are there any other areas that you want to discuss tonight?
I feel really tired. I think that that it's important for people to know that this is going on. The reason that I risk my life in telling is because I want safety and protection for my children. I want this to stop for other children. I want people to know. I want good people to do something, to know, so that this stops. Their plan is protected by the sheer incredulity of the story. I believe that the story sounds incredulous. It sounds absolutely impossible, but I believe that that's the way that they orchestrated it in order to pull this whole thing off. And I think that if people don't believe that they should research it, to be curious enough to try to find out, to learn, to read, to open their minds a little bit to the possibility that this could be going on, and that children are being ritually abused, not as some weird religion or some crazy people, but as a conditioning for mind control, so that these children can be used as an unpaid slave labor force. And I think there is a God, and God will see us through to exposing this to get help for children.
Now, your book again is called Starshine?
Right.
By Brice Taylor.
Brice Taylor.
Where would somebody obtain a copy of this book?
By writing to the Brice Taylor Trust at P.O. Box 2474, Carbondale, Illinois, 62902.
And is there anything else you'd like to mention on the occasion of this interview? Have we covered everything you think is significant, at least at this time? We didn't go into a lot of detail about your mind control program and exactly what they did. You can spend hours just on
hours. I mean, there is so much.
Right.
Obviously, I was used for so many years in so many different places, and it's a lot. So.
Well, but under the circumstances, I thought it'd be a good idea to at least cover the high points on this occasion, and later on, if we have an opportunity, we can go into more details about how they use mind control, how they trained you, and how the multiple personalities work and so forth.
And I've documented a lot of this information, and it's been sent out so that it's in the hands of people that would go public with it should anything happen to me or my children or to Tom. So.
And Tom being?
My boyfriend.
Your boyfriend, okay. Okay, well, guys, thanks a lot.
Thank you, Ted. I really appreciate everything you're doing, putting yourself out there and really helping the kids. And
it's something I have to do, just like you have to do it.
God bless you.
Okay, good. Thanks a lot.
I'm speaking to Brice Taylor, a survivor of mind control. Welcome to the show, Brice.
Oh, thank you, Wayne.
And I wonder if you could start off by just giving a short description of who you are and your background.
Yes, actually, Brice Taylor is a pseudonym that I chose to protect myself and my children when I first started writing my book and putting it out. I'm a ritual abuse, government mind control survivor, and I have spent since 1985 working to heal from that and documenting what I was involved with at the highest levels within our government and internationally, as these people, leaders, are invested in bringing in the New World Order.
Okay. Who was responsible initially for your programming and conditioning?
Well, initially up close, my father primarily was at home on a daily basis, and my mother was also programmed to abuse and program me. My whole family was actually involved in my programming, including my grandparents on both sides, aunts and uncles, and my brothers. And as I grew older, like by the time I was 5, I was being taken to military bases in and out of California, and officials there were programming me, and later doctors at UCLA Neuropsychiatric Institute in California, and places where there were NASA installations. I was also programmed.
Mm-hmm. And do you have remember when it started, the conditioning?
Yes, it started. I had actually some very early memories of being traumatized as an infant, and so it started when I was very, very young.
Now, what is the background of your family and your father and grandfather in particular?
My background is intergenerational ritual satanic abuse, and I know that because my father flew me back to Iowa where my grandfather lived, his father, and they involved me in satanic ritual there. And so it was then when I realized that my grandfather, who was a millionaire and politician, was involved and was also intergenerationally connected. So it's gone back in the family for generations, as far as I know.
And was your family, did they learn in terms of the mind control programming, or was it strictly just being traumatized by the satanic rituals?
Well, I have no way of knowing what my parents' duties or jobs were during their earlier lifetimes, but I believe that that my father was made into a multiple through this severe satanic ritual that happened to him, and so I don't believe that he was like consciously operating with the programming of me. Where all parts of him knew what was going on, because I know he was a multiple. I watched him switch into child personalities and all sorts of different entities that he became during the years.
And was that caused by his father's conditioning of him?
Yes. My dad was severely tortured his whole life, had a very abusive childhood, and as I was healing and was able to look back, he even had several near-death experiences due to accidents that I think perhaps were his programming kicking up, as mine did later on.
Mm-hmm. And were there government or military connections in your family?
Not to the public, but certainly I was shuffled and taken into the government and military bases. But as far as being publicly connected, no.
And you know how they had made that connection with the military in terms of turning you over to them?
I believe that whole connection came with my grandfather, who I explained was a politician, and it seemed like once because I had never met him before in my life until I was nearly 10 years old, and my father flew me to Iowa to meet him, and it was shortly after that I started being connected to all sorts of famous politicians and entertainers and a lot of different people. So I believe it was through my grandfather.
Hmm. And was your grandfather himself conditioned as well, or did he was knowledgeable about the techniques of conditioning for the purpose of mind control?
Right, and that I have no way of knowing. All I know is that he tortured me, and my father was there, and there were usually a lot of other men. But I have only my own experience, and what I believe to be the truth from my father is that although they created these heinous things and did all of this, that he was programmed also. But I can't answer that for my grandfather. I wasn't around him enough.
Mm-hmm. And can you describe for our listeners what kinds of things were done to you that you remember as a child?
Yes, and it's always hard for me to go back into this. It seems like no matter how many years go by, it's still very painful. But there was trauma done in the form of being stuck with pins and needles, being burned, hung by my feet, sometimes to crosses, spun, dropped off of tables as an infant, near drowning, sexual abuse and orgies, being drugged, food and sleep deprivation, and then adding to that, when I was around 5, was all of the military mind control that was done with very sophisticated instrumentation and chairs and electroshock, and that was all done to create a shattered psyche, I believe, that was used later for all these different personalities that were created for the mind control purpose.
Now, were you used by the military? You were taken to bases as a child, or was that later on in your life?
No, I was taken to bases in Long Beach and in California there as a child, and where they used very sophisticated means of light and sound combined with electroshock and drugs and all sorts of torture and hypnosis.
So do you feel that your family had kind of laid in the base conditioning in terms of creating dissociation within you and then more sophisticated mind control later, or did they have, were they programming you as well?
My father absolutely was programming me as well, and what you said initially was true, that my father did the base programming and a lot of the trauma-based conditioning, and then these other layers of more sophisticated programming was brought in on top of that.
Now, in terms of your father's public life, what was his public image?
My father was a welder. He was, certainly was everything any father was supposed to be. He provided well for his family and was seen as a very charming man. And, no one had any idea, including his own physician, which, I'm not sure I understand that either, but that this man was creating as much torture and trauma on his children as he was.
And was your mother a co-perpetrator, or did she have knowledge of what was going on?
Yes, my mother also abused me, and in a lot of different ways. And I thought at the time when I was recovering my memory and going through all of this that my mother had done this on purpose. And it wasn't until I healed to the level to be able to go back and confront her, and I confronted her with all the different traumas and tortures and abuses, that I saw her cry. And she said to me, "It's not that I don't believe you, it's just that I can't remember." And I felt very strongly that my mother actually, maybe at subconscious level, knew that she had participated, however she couldn't remember. But she wasn't discounting what I said, which was very unusual for most survivors. Usually their parents say this never happened. My mother did not do this. In fact, she went on to help fund financially my book when I was running for my life and had no source of income. So she's helping even today, although she still only cries and has not any of her own memory.
Do you have memories of your mother being involved in the cult activity as well?
Yes, I have memories of my mother being tortured and traumatized in satanic rituals that were done at some churches that we went to, and night torture and trauma. My mother was a battered wife. She doesn't remember a lot of it, but my father battered her, and some of the personalities he had were abusive and others weren't. And so my mother was absolutely tortured, and I know that she was programmed sophisticatedly in order to deliver me oftentimes even to the airport late at night or early in the morning when I was being used internationally and within and with high-level leaders in our own government and entertainers. And she doesn't remember any of that. However, to this day, she has trouble driving to the airport and doesn't understand why it's so frightening for her. So those are the kind of indications to me that she knows, but she can't remember because of programming.
Has she attempted to get help for herself in terms of therapy?
My mom did, and my mom is nearly 80 years old, and she said to me, I'm afraid that I'll come apart and I won't be able to function, and because she watched me become severely dysfunctional where I couldn't even take care of myself or anybody else in order to heal, and that she said that she felt her greatest help would be able to help me financially and to be able to be there with my children who I am not able to have any or not much contact with at this point. So my mother is a victim, and now that I've done my complete healing and realized that my life with my children was very similar to the one that she led with me, I have some very deep compassion for her and wish that in her time it would have been for her to heal, but I understand.
Mm-hmm.
I know what it took for me to go through the healing process. It was years, and it was over $250,000 worth of therapy and body work and all sorts of healing modalities. So I understand what it has taken in the past to heal and what it would take for her as an older person. Well, I was in therapy daily. So for my mom right now, my mother is an incredibly strong person. She, even in her late 70s, is working in the capacity that she can, and it's pretty miraculous, actually.
Mm. Now, when you were a child, did you attempt to tell anybody about the abuses, or were you even somewhat aware? Or
well, it's interesting that you asked that, Wayne, because when I was deprogramming and reintegrating, I had a lot of memories, and one of the ones I'll tell you specifically that explains this issue is that I had a personality in elementary school that was programmed to do child pornography, and the way that it was done was that I was taken out of my classroom at school, in my elementary school, in order to go to be taken what they called choir practice, which my church was very close locally, and so what they did was take me out of class to be taken to the choir director's home to practice choir during school time. And what ended up happening was once we got there and put on our choir robes, the whole thing turned and changed, and we stopped singing and started going downstairs in the basement to be filmed in pornography and all sorts of heinous ritualistic, pornographically everything filmed with all kinds of equipment, filming equipment. And this one day, what had happened was that by the time I was taken back to school with the other children, I had, for some reason, not switched out of that personality. And so I went to the school principal's office, and I told her that this had happened, and I was talking in all these terms, with sexual language and all kinds of things that she found very distasteful. And I remember her shaking her finger at me and saying, stop talking like this. This is disgusting. Children shouldn't be speaking like this. And so I got punished for that, as I did lots of different subsequent times when I attempted to tell what was going on. I always ended up getting punished. So yes, I did attempt to tell, and whether this woman, the principal, was herself programmed, which I have since learned through my own experience that oftentimes there'll be a whole web of people in a community that the professionals, the educational system, the church system, and everyone in that community will be programmed and have been ritually abused, and they attend rituals at night without even knowing it in an attempt to keep the whole community traumatized and programmed. So yes, I did try to tell, and it took until very late on in my life for people to start listening.
Did this principal inform your parents of what you were telling her? And where did you grow up?
I grew up in California in Woodland Hills. It was in Southern California, which is about 20 minutes inland from Malibu.
And do you know if, as a child, you were displaying signs of abuse that perhaps teachers could have picked up on?
Yes, looking back now, just even that example that I explained to you, where I had knowledge of sexual behavior and language that were well beyond the understanding of a child. I was always labeled as mischievous, getting in trouble in school, acting out. I was always the class clown. I think I did have even physical signs that teachers today would possibly pick up, and probably even the difference in my personalities where it had to have shown. I mean, I had obvious switches where I was switching in and out of different personalities. I know that because when I reintegrated, there were a lot of different school personalities that had been created to handle school. And so I'm sure that when teachers and other adults begin to have more information about dissociative identities disorder and all of this abuse, that they will have the eyes to see.
Now, when did you first realize that you were subjected to mind control?
Actually, the memory of the actual mind control involvement started to come to light in 1988 after several years of thinking that I was crazy and having the accidents and all of that. So it was 1988 that I began realizing that there was something more than I was just crazy and nuts and confused.
So you had memories of the ritual abuse before that then?
In 1985, I had a head injury. I had a head-on collision where my head went through the windshield of the car. And what that did was it allowed me to access both sides of my brain for the first time in my life, and I began having memories, very, very frequent memories of all sorts of abuse that came in such a way that it was difficult for me to continue to process it all. There was just so much of it. There were years of memories that came flooding in. And as my programming dictated, when those memories initially in 1985 started coming in, I just thought I was crazy, as I was programmed to believe that if anything came up that I would just think I was crazy. And so in 1987, I had another accident on the same date as the head-on collision where I broke my back and smashed my head again riding a horse. It was on April 12th at 9:15 in the morning, which was the same time as my 1985 head-on collision. And the result of that accident was more vivid, very vivid flashback memories that came in the form of visual flashes, body memories where I felt agony in my body, felt drugged in very specific places in my body, had pain that once I learned through my daily therapy that I learned to begin to process that and what that all meant. And I'd like to explain, too, that during this time I was in school working towards my master's degree in clinical psychology to be a psychologist when all of this memory started breaking through, which made me have to quit school before I graduated. But it gave me a lot of information about the psychological process and what I would need to go through to heal.
Now, it seems really unusual that you would have the two accidents on the exact same day and time. Do you feel that they were arranged, or at least the second one was arranged?
I believe that it was definitely arranged. And I believe that because what happened in 1991 on April 10th, which was 2 days before this anniversary of the accident date, I received a $1 bill in my wallet that had programming numbers and the date April 12th written across it. So when I showed it to my therapist, they realized that this was intentional and was, it actually, all the times they ever sent things in to me like that, it was just another validation of reality for me.
So why do you think they would have, I guess, do you feel that they had programmed you for you to ride into? It was a tree that you had collided with the second time?
I think I was programmed to have an accident if I became dangerously close to remembering.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that once I had the first accident, that they may have tied the second one to it in an attempt to kill me. I really don't know that. I know I was still being used. And I continued to be used even when I thought I was free in 1991 and 1992 and even into 1993. So I believe they were attempts to injure me to the point that I couldn't function. I don't have all the answers.
Now, from what you know from other survivors' experiences, do you feel that that's a common technique for killing people if they do come too close to remembering in terms of having them collide?
I do. I think that that as people are educated in all of these awarenesses, that in time it'll be able to see more clearly what has happened. But I received letters from survivors. It began just nationally, and now I receive letters from all over the world from survivors who have had all kinds of head injuries, strokes, all kinds of programmed accidents. But fortunately for all of us, and unfortunately for our controllers, what it has done is it's actually made the brain barriers easier to access and to remove some of the amnestic barriers, so that people that are having these accidents are beginning to remember more and more.
Mm. Yeah, just in the news recently, the accidents that Michael Kennedy and Sonny Bono have just had with skiing into a tree sounds very familiar, and that's what immediately came to my mind.
Yes.
Very curious. How did you then manage to break free of their control, and at what point did that happen?
Well, what I did was I was in daily therapy from 1987 on, and sometimes twice a day. So I was writing memories at home. I was writing memories in therapy. I was drawing. I was having body work. I was doing just about everything to heal. And so I had healed and began to integrate a lot of my personalities when in 1991, as I just explained, I received that dollar bill and in my wallet with the programming codes and my accident date written on it. And at that point, I had connected with Dr. Catherine Gould, who is a therapist in California who has worked for years with children who have DID and have been ritually abused. And I met her actually when I was in school to be along my venture to be a therapist, and so she started giving me information as I was asking her questions about programming. She would just say, well, I'll be here or there, and so she was able to give me a little information, because my therapist, no one that was around me, both of my therapists had never heard of ritual abuse or worked at all with anyone with multiple personality disorder. So no one really understood that was working with me what I was talking about. And so once I realized that there was such a thing as mind control, the programming started, just the parts of me that knew about the programming began filling up volumes of journals with listing my specific programming and how it worked, and drawing pictures that I share in workshops that I do. And so I began to understand that there was a lot more to all this than I could ever even imagine, and I was afraid for my life, and I was afraid for my children's lives, and I didn't know what to do. So my therapist helped relocate me to the island of Kauai, and I went there and was only going to spend a week just trying to get clear on what I should do, because I started realizing that my ex-husband was also a victim of this, and that there was a lot more going on, and I didn't know what to do. So I went to this island and was thinking I would only spend a week, and I ended up there for 5 weeks before I returned in an attempt to rescue my children. But during the time I was there, I had a lot of memories of the higher level memories of my government and entertainer involvement. And so now, being on the island, I had no money and really very little support. I had a couple that helped me. And so I got a laptop or a word processor and lived very frugally and just wrote and continued bringing back the memories and writing every day and reintegrating. And so with all of that, I realized that I had been used at very high levels within our own government, and to help me to help combat the programming that said I was crazy, I began to be strong enough of my own mind and body to be able to recognize when people were sent in on me to access me or to, I would be programmed to call back into a number, and I was advised to continue doing that until I was healthy enough to really break free. And so when I would call in, these men would be on the phone, and they validated my reality of what I was remembering in a way that I'm very grateful to them now, because I had no way of understanding before why men in suits would be following me in cars around L.A. and all over the place. It started making sense to me, and I was able to put it together. So in 91, I was healing at a rampant rate, but I was still being accessed, and I was still being used on the island. I was even still being prostituted along with my daughter on the island. And it was pretty devastating when I healed at that point and realized it, but I was still healing, and that's how I realized what was really going on.
Do you know up to what point that your perpetrators were using you up till?
Yeah, and I'm not sure if I have the date right, but I believe it was actually until just before our current president was inaugurated. It was one of the last times that I was used.
And when you were dealing with the initial therapist that you had approached, you said that they weren't really aware of the mind control techniques, but what kind of work were you doing with them? Were you doing memory work at that point?
Well, I started out working just doing psychotherapy and analysis, psychoanalytical, which is, it's absolutely insane to be doing that with someone under mind control, but they had no way of knowing. And so I was just doing straight psychotherapy. And the memories started flooding in from the accidents, the trauma, and as I began to feel safer that there was someone that, even if they didn't understand, I mean, my therapist looked at me all the time like I was nuts. I was just coming up with all this abuse and the childhood abuse came up first, and then the ritual abuse memories came on the heels of the sexual abuse, and then the government mind control stuff came.
So with working with those initial therapists, did you started remembering about the mind control back then?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, I did.
And at the point where they had stopped using you, or you were able to avoid being used, was there something that you had done to prevent that, or what was the situation?
Yeah, actually I worked with a renegade member of the intelligence community who I lived with for a year and a half, and he was able to help me through identifying my codes, keys, and triggers, what my programming was, and we actually spent a year and a half in the house where he would trigger me, and I would just go into my room and write, and I have volumes of memory work where I would just go right back in, and because I had been programmed to have a photographic memory, and because it was traumatic memory is laid down differently than normal memory is stored, I was able to not only see and hear, but use all my senses to go back into these memories and document it all. And over time, there was no way that I had any information or could have known about all these top secret, still classified projects, or the level of political sophistication and interconnection of politicians and world leaders that I was used with.
Now, are you aware, or do you know how they would have programmed you to have photographic memory?
It was a hypnotic command done under hypnosis with drugs and specific personalities.
Now you have written a book about your account, Starshine: One Woman's Valiant Escape from Mind Control.
Yes.
And within that book, you mentioned about some electronic harmonics equipment to help with your memory retrieval and deprogramming. Could you describe that and other forms of technology that were helpful?
Yes. The harmonics equipment that I spoke about in the book was actually explained to me by this member of the intelligence community, that was some of the specific programming equipment that had been used to program people and that could be used to deprogram people. However, I have since then not ever been able to get anybody within the government, obviously, to bring this equipment out publicly. But I do have some very good hope for people that have been through this to heal. And the closest that I know of help for people, in fact, that I am now in the process of beginning to open a business of is EEG biofeedback. And I would like to give a little information about that.
Yes, please.
That there's a company in California that's one of many around the country. It's called EEG Spectrum. And basically it works, it's a way of a person working through with a computer game that's monitoring your own brain waves, where a survivor is able, or anyone, is able to begin to realize what brainwave state they are in. And most survivors usually are heavy theta access, where they're in theta a lot. And so basically what this does is it helps people to stay more into the beta, which is their conscious, alert awareness, and learn that way. But one of the beauties about EEG biofeedback is that however a person has been traumatized, which most all people born into these generations on the earth now have been traumatized in whatever way, is that the trauma begins to be encoded physically, and therapy alone over time doesn't affect a body-mind connection in a way that this EEG biofeedback reintegrates brain function so that the body-mind can begin to be dealt with. And I bought the equipment and began working with it with my daughter at home during a few months when I was able to have her, and it borders on being very miraculous. And of course, she was very afraid that it was like mind control, but it brought her out of catatonic states and made her be able to function in ways that she wasn't able to. So I would say that the EEG biofeedback equipment and technology is the closest I know to help victims with memory retrieval and deprogramming, where it's gentler, kinder, and without so much body pain, memory, and all of that. And I can give the 800 number for that if you'd like me to do that.
Why don't you go ahead?
It's EEG Spectrum, and there's affiliates all over the nation, and the number is 800-789-3456.
Now, with this kind of equipment, was it that you were able to or see your brainwave activity and then adjust your own kind of thinking to deal with it, or how did that work?
It's basically you're fed back reward, so it's like, I mean, on a very simplistic, it's operant conditioning, just like a rat in a maze. You're rewarded when Pac-Man goes and you're hearing the sound accompanied with the reward. It's reward that rewards your central nervous system, so it's not like someone has to really be intellectual or figure it out. It just the healing happens. And I've been working with children with ADD and ADHD, and often within 2 or 3 sessions, kids that are 10, 11 years old that have never been able to read are reading, and they're saying, "I can read." And children that are on Ritalin are coming off of Ritalin because they're able to manage their brainwave states. So children can do it, and adults can do it because it works with the central nervous system. It's very powerful, and I think it's very hopeful for the future.
I'd like to talk now about some of the techniques that they have used to condition and program you. Do you remember how hypnosis was used to control and program?
Yeah, it was used in just about all of my earlier programming, whether it was my father or programmers at. I was taken a lot to Disneyland or different places where fantasy was intentionally mixed with reality, and hypnosis was always used in conjunction with drugs, and often when I was at military bases or NASA installations, it was used in conjunction with very sophisticated chair and instruments that went over my head, that where I was given electroshock and the hypnotic commands with drugs that they know are very useful in allowing that hypnotic command to go deep within the subconscious mind.
And what was the purpose of the drugs? Was that to make you more open to hypnosis or other
Well,
purposes?
I think the drugs are used in a lot of different ways, and certainly not being very. I'm not a physician or a brain surgeon to know really how that all works, but I believe that the drugs were used a lot to keep the conscious mind out of the way, in order to be able to take the programming to very deep levels.
Just open the subconscious.
Right.
Yeah. And then specifically, what was the purpose of electricity? How did that? What factor did that play in the mind control?
As a child, the electricity, I was shocked at home by bare electric cords, and then as I began getting a little older, cattle prods, and then stun guns as I was older still, and then later the high-tech electronic equipment at the bases. And I believe that's done for dissociation. As a person is shocked and traumatized, it affects, your whole energy field, and the trauma creates dissociation, which people are able to be programmed at very deep levels when your conscious mind's out of the way, and when you're in a dissociative state.
And then later on, with the more sophisticated programming, what was the role of electricity?
I believe it's still the same thing. There's members of the intelligence community. There's ex-military people who it may take 10 years, but they begin remembering being set in chairs with electroshock and drugs and hypnosis while they're being given the commands of what their assignments or jobs are to do. I think it's to dissociate you. And certainly I believe there's a lot more to be understood and learned about this as, more and more survivors are taken as credible sources of information, and what they, explain and what they've seen in the classified projects is brought to light in that way.
Do you feel that they had also used electricity to make you forget certain...
Oh, yes. In fact, a member of the intelligence community that helped me out told me that a stun gun is used and was used because they believed that it would erase memory on 20 minutes on each side of a memory. So when an event happened, they'd use a stun gun 20 minutes into it in order to erase 20 minutes before the event had happened and 20 minutes after. And they felt sufficient that would erase the memory. However, I was able to access memory because, I became a meditator, and I was able to access memory throughout all of it, through the electroshock, through the drug barriers. There really was nothing that erased my memory in ways they thought they did. That none of their techniques to erase memory was satisfactory. Their techniques have fallen very short, and I think that's why there's so many survivors who are remembering.
Now, when you were remembering this, and particularly the electricity, was it conscious memory, or did it come back as more body memories, or how did the memories appear?
Of the electronic abuse?
Yeah. And in general as well. Right.
It came back in all ways in every day of my waking hour. I really had probably 10 years of my life once I began healing was not my own. either because I was so busy remembering and documenting through writing what I was remembering. And so the memories came through by, like, things in the environment would trigger me. I would see something and it would remind me subconsciously of something, and I have a feeling, and so I would follow that feeling and that memory back into my own mind, and the memory would just be there. I also had flashbacks where during the flashback state, certainly information, experiences are very clear and very vivid and seem as if they're happening even that day, things that have happened 10, 15, 20 years ago. I recovered memory a lot through flashback states, and basically I kept a journal with me at all times, and anything that reminded me or triggered me or made me feel funny, I wrote about it. And over time, all these bits and pieces of information that I wrote about all fell into line, even the ages I was versus the age presidents were when they were in office. Everything all fit together in a puzzle, perfect picture that I couldn't have created if I had tried to.
Now, you mentioned the more sophisticated electronic technology, particularly at NASA and some of the military bases. Can you describe some of that, and do you know what effect that they were trying to have on you?
Right. A lot of that was being sat in a chair that looked like the NASA space chairs, where I would be strapped in, and a lot of the equipment that I imagine was used by the astronauts, they used on me. A lot of the spinning, a lot of the weightlessness, a lot of being put into sensory deprivation tanks, being subjected to a lot of the light and sound, along with electroshock. A lot of that where I was being delivered information like I'd have on headphones, and in one ear I'd be hearing one sound, and the other ear I'd be hearing other sounds. And I was programmed with tones, so that like a tone on a phone would have a specific meaning that would be subliminally and subconsciously connected with a command. And so, well, like when I was initially healing, when I would try to dial the phone and I would hit the numbers and I would hear the tones in my ears, it would scramble me, and I couldn't think straight and I couldn't function. And so it was a matter of going back and consciously realizing that these tones were connected to commands that I no longer needed to follow. And it took several years for that not to affect me. It still affects me. However, the equipment that they used oftentimes in the auditory was using one sound in one ear and one sound in another ear, which confuses the conscious mind and sends a message straight into the unconscious, which is a very powerful way of controlling a person.
Do you know what kinds of things that they deliberately did to prevent you from remembering?
Yes, I don't have my diagram with me right now, but off the top of my memory, they gave me programmed commands that should I begin remembering that I would become confused, or should I begin remembering that I would feel tired and fall asleep, or should I begin remembering I would have migraine headaches, and that I would have accidents, or that I would want to kill myself. And there were very specific ways to self-injure that I was taught, which I had to fight literally for a couple of years, all the self-injury programs, in order to stay alive, to get to the deeper levels of memory. So there was endless internal landmines of booby traps and programming that was intended to kill me or make me feel like I was crazy or insane. And then when you add to that all the people outside, my family that was programmed, that was all around me, and then the people that I was being subjected and perpetrated by that were the next layer around me, with all of that, it's nearly impossible to begin remembering unless you have a head injury or something happens that really shakes a person up. I also think that the continued trauma to myself, to my husband, and my children was one of the biggest forms of attempting to keep me under control, because that innate mother instinct is very strong and has been one that I've had to logically overcome in order to speak out, knowing that my children would be safer if I spoke out than if I kept silent. Let's see. There was also phone accesses to codes that, I would be called and people would say either program phrases to me or hit certain numbers on the phone, which the tones would then play in my ear. I mean, it's endless. It's endless. It was just a web.
Now, in terms of the actual programming that was done to you, was mainstream culture used in any way? You mentioned that you were taken to Disneyland, but were...
I was programmed with all the regular fantasy that children go through. I saw the Disney films and was heavily programmed to all of them, including like The Parent Trap, where, I don't know if you remember, but there were the twin sisters, and that was my base programming for my twin sister programming, which was the high-level programming that was used in the government to keep me from knowing what my internal twin sister, who was actually involved with the elite families and the government, was doing. I was shown lots of movies that had very profound programming, that not that the movies themselves were programs, but the way they were used was, and like the film Lost Horizons, where I was programmed to be ageless unless I left, which if you'd see the movie, you'll see that's the theme, that when you leave, you start aging. And I had a lot of survivors also have programs where they won't age as long as they stay in. The books and films and all of that, it was just one thing, one tool of programming after another, and yes, they were all mainstream.
Do you feel that films that are currently coming out are still being used for programming?
Yes, I do, and I think even at a higher level, and I think that as people continue to ignore the profound, very profound and deep effect that what children see as visual and auditory images as in childhood, what an effect it has on their entire psyche and the framework for which they set up belief systems, even if they're not programming, for the rest of their life, that we need to be mindful of what children are seeing. And I think that as yet people have yet to really look into how serious the havoc has been wreaked with children watching so much violence. So I think that if people look with the eyes of a child to the Disney films and to a lot of these things that children are watching on television and through the movies, it's horrific.
Mm-hmm. And was music used at all in your experience?
Yeah, I was even programmed with music to fall in love with my husband. And the songs were linked with my emotions in order to initiate a state of feeling like I was in love. And I watched as years went by. That I was actually the music was played to me at very important times when I was to be used for something, and I also was used within the entertainment industry and saw how some of the current and very famous and powerful musicians were programmed, and and their music and certain phrases were encoded, and oftentimes I even delivered programmed phrases from the elite to these entertainers, and delivered the words or the program phrases that they were to say during their performances when they were live and on stage. And I believe that a lot of people were programmed to want to be with these people or to revere them or get hysterical and want to see them all the time and idolize them so that they would continue to return to these mass performances for their own programming. And it was a way of keeping groups intact that were already programmed so that they could be controlled.
Now, about your book, what motivated you initially to write a book about your experience, and why did you choose to write it as a fictional work?
I was trying to stay alive. I was running from place to place, from state to state, from place to place, trying to stay alive all by myself. And Dr. Catherine Gould recommended, I stayed in contact with her and Ted Gunderson, who's a retired FBI agent who's been helping survivors. And basically I was trying to stay alive and to be able to explain to people what was going on in order to keep myself and my children safe. And I was trying to help other survivors so that they could see and perhaps it would ease their feeling of being alone and of feeling crazy, much in the same way that Lauren Stratford's book, Satan's Underground, had been something that after I'd had a bunch of my memories and I read her book, I was able to realize that I wasn't alone and I wasn't crazy.
Did you feel that the book served as a kind of an insurance policy for you as well?
Yes, absolutely. It continues to, in ways that a member of the intelligence community told me. He said, because I explained I had written the book and then gotten it out all over along with my actual memories, naming the names, dates, and places with a letter stating that if anything happened to me or my children, that this information was to be made bigger and that these people that had my information who were public already with this issue were to take it out wider. And then what ended up happening was it created a huge safety net for myself and my children.
Yeah, and I was going to ask why you chose not to name the names, but I think you just answered that.
Right, right. I made initially I made it under Catherine Gould's recommendation in order to stay alive and also to make the problem understood in a more simple fashion by the general public. People really had a hard time back in those days hearing the names that I was naming, who they thought as their national icons or heroes, as doing this horrific torture to myself and my children. So I felt it was a way to help people in a very simple way understand what was going on. And
can you tell us just in a general sense of what kind of entertainers were involved and politicians?
Yes. World-class, internationally known comedians. Actually, my owner was a internationally renowned comedian. World leaders, presidents, judges, lawyers, politicians of all levels, famous entertainers and musicians, ministers, dentists, doctors. I mean, the list, it just doesn't stop. It goes on and on and on. And it was my experience that there are world leaders and entertainers in Hollywood and all over who are themselves programmed and are in need of healing.
And did you feel that these entertainers had intelligence connections as well?
That I would not. I have no way of knowing that. But I would say that there were some type of intelligence. Whether I don't know what the connection was, whether it was actually our intelligence communities or what, but I would often be escorted to a very famous person's home that was an entertainer by two men in suits in a black sedan to deliver programming. So yes, I would say it was some sort of intelligence.
Right. And how widely distributed is your book, and how can people get a hold of it?
Right now, my book is, I can give you my P.O. box that people can order it from, and that's just to write a check to Brice Taylor Trust, P.O. Box 655, Landrum, Landrum, South Carolina, 29356. And I also have another book called Revivification, which is a gentle alternative memory retrieval process for trauma survivors. And so people can write both books together, including all the shipping is $25. And it's also available, Starshine is also available through any bookstores that carry New Leaf distributor books and can be ordered in that manner.
Do you consider yourself completely free of control from your perpetrators, and have they attempted to re-access you?
Yes, I consider myself absolutely free, and I still receive harassment. Although since I've gotten my book out, it's more on a verbal level, more on a like receiving things in the mail that are an attempts to trigger my programming, or like messing with my mail and things like that.
And I'd like to go into a bit more detail about what kinds of things that you were used by your handlers for.
Oh, this is a big one. I was used to deliver. I was used by a member of the National Security Agency and someone that was oftentimes close to presidents, where I was programmed with what he called mind files. And I had government mind files where I was programmed to have perfect photographic recall of documents that I was programmed to read and remember in my head it was like having a computer brain, a human computer at your access. And along with that, I was also used with these mind files in order to be like a programming or a postal bank of communication between the elite members that were bringing out the New World Order in order to keep their world plan orchestrated and organized. I was also used as a sex slave to presidents and foreign leaders and entertainers here and abroad in order to deliver programmed messages from the elite in order to keep the plan smoothly running and operating.
So this is the global elite that is attempting to implement this New World Order. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And
I was also used on lower levels in my community with money laundering and all sorts of pornography, prostitution, all of that kind of stuff. I mean, it was just like endless.
And do you have memories of the details of what they had put into what information they were keeping in your mind files?
Oh, yes. Mm-hmm. Yeah, years of it. I spent years documenting everything. It's very classified projects and plans for the New World Order.
Yeah, and I do want to go into talking more detail about that. Can you tell us in terms of alerting the public about what kinds of things that they are planning to bring about this New World Order and what that they envision that this would be?
From what I heard on the inside, in my experience sitting among these elite people, so-called elite, certainly not the spiritual elite of our world, but the financial elite, was that their plan is of a world takeover because they feel that genetically and in every other way physically that the populations of the earth are inferior, of an inferior genetic strain. And what they are attempting to do is to bring down the population through various contrived means, which is a whole nother subject of all of its own, in order to bring these people to death so that the planet will be left pristine and untouched for their future progeny.
It might be a bit too late for that.
Yeah. They feel that and certainly I don't have the most current information. Survivors that have come out since I have more current information of the plan, because I'm certain that they've had to change it and alter it in order to begin to bring it through. But I believe that what they feel is their ace in the hole this time, because they've tried this many other generations, almost like a game of wits of the most intellectual and financial power brokers being able to see, what kind of game they could do here on the small minds of the planet, of these people that are unwitting victims. Even people that aren't under mind control are victims of all of this, and will be in the future, as they are now. But in the future, I think it'll be more. But when I was getting out, what I understood was that they were planning a complete and total economic collapse of the nation that would make the depression of the 29s look like just child play, and that through that bringing people financially to their knees, that they could then come in and control them and bring in whatever other measures that they would want to in the guise of rescuing, when it certainly would not be that at all. And personally, I would like to put a call out to all people that are in any way spiritually connected, knowing that this plan cannot ever be able to be brought about as the people, even at the higher levels that are participating, may be participating without knowing what they've been participating in, such as members of the intelligence community who have been compartmentalized in their knowledge of what projects they were participating in. I would certainly put scientists that are inventors in that category. I would put people that are in the Masonic order, that perhaps at the lower levels are serving the king at the highest levels without realizing that what they're putting their energy in, thinking that they're helping children and people that are in need of help. What they're doing actually is serving the highest levels of evil and corruption and destruction of men, women, and children. That people need to realize that that these people that are serving are turning against their own, and that we need to take back our own spiritual power and stay connected spiritually in order to know what to do and how to act and how to see the truth and how to discern what lies and propaganda and strategies have been given over the television or over movies with intentional strategies. That I sat with the men who strategized what thoughts and belief systems they were trying to get people to believe so that they could continue with the plan. And mind control was their ace in the hole this time, because they felt that there couldn't be any mess ups and no human frailty or weakness of mind or conscience if people were under mind control. So I would just ask people to please open their eyes and to begin to not just take what they see that's given out by the government, the intelligence communities as truth and reality, but to begin to question and think on their own.
Now, specifically, how do you think mind control would be used in terms of a takeover implementation?
Well, I think there's there are people that they have in positions of power, not only in the military, but also in political and religious circles, who are themselves under mind control and can be used as puppets to do whatever they're instructed to do from higher up levels. People think that we elect our presidents, and I've sat with the people who planned who the presidents were going to be and groomed them and told them what to do and what to say and how to say it and when to say it and when not to, and I delivered all kinds of messages of instruction to presidents and world leaders about what to do and what not to do. And I watched as people that were good people and weren't involved were manipulated, brainwashed, and controlled by persons like myself that were programmed, dressed in jewels and, beautiful clothes and with all the very fancy and sophisticated sexual innuendos and techniques that I and myself, my daughter, others were programmed to do and go in and just, if these men were at all able to be coerced, they were manipulated and then they were blackmailed. And these people that are in positions of power know how to find out and research what people's weaknesses are, whether they're sex, drugs, sexual perversion, whatever it is, financial gain. They lure them in, and once people have been forced or coerced to participate and do the dirty deed, and a lot of times it was filmed, videotaped, and documented, and then these people that were already in positions of either financial, political, or whatever power were then told, this will be public knowledge and information if you don't go along with us. So I watched people being coerced at the highest levels at parties of the elite where cocaine was flowing and drugs and alcohol, whatever anyone wanted. If you wanted sex with children, if they wanted sex with, whatever. Anything that they wanted, people were given. And it was perversion at the highest levels.
Now, when you speak of the global elite, I've just finished airing interviews with Fritz Springmeier and Cisco Wheeler. They speak of this global elite as being what's known as the Illuminati. Is that your understanding?
Actually, I couldn't name it. It was never called that on the inside, but I will go as so far to say that it's some of the old money families. And the reason I don't name names is because there are too many of them, number one. The names aren't going to help us sort out the problem, but the information is. And I was clearly told by a member of the intelligence community, White House intelligence, for 29 years that I could tell what happened but not to name the names. And I want my children brought into safety and healing. And I believe that my children's level of healing isn't going to be much different from what the healing is going to be needed for some of these people that have been involved at the highest levels.
And just want to go back to the point about the economy. How specifically do you think they will manipulate the economy to bring it down?
Well, I think that we've all lived in an inflated society, not just the government, but we've all been trained to use credit cards, buy on credit, and really we own virtually nothing anymore. And so if you do a crash on the financial things that people have invested in, all of it, it's all just a mind game anyway. None of it's real. It cripples the economy, and the specific means of how that is to be done, I would say probably has feelers and fingers into the IRS and to all the banking systems that are now, the world banking systems are in place, have been for years, that if you follow the money, that you'll find a lot of the answers.
So do you believe that there will be, for example, a stock market crash?
I don't like to predict these kind of things, but I would say that is a strategy that in the past I have heard and know has been used in the past. I would feel like I'd be disrespectful to people to say that I know that to be sure, but I've certainly heard it. But like I said, I've been out for a number of years, and things change and strategies change.
Right.
They alter them as they perhaps are uncovered or are being a problem to the plan.
So what do you feel that the public can do to thwart their intentions?
I think people need to contact their local politicians and demand information be divulged about the government experiments, the medical, radiation, drug experiments, mind control experiments, all of that. I think as people start learning about the internal structure of the Masonic order and how the programming is working and how people's brainwaves can be altered and messed with even at a distance, I think people need to get very instructed and educated about what's gone on. I think people need to begin to simplify their lives and financially in all ways in order to be able to take the time to evolve spiritually and see what's really going on, to connect deeply. And unfortunately, I think that, or fortunately, I guess you could look at this in a very fortunate way, that people are going to have the opportunity to make a spiritual stance as people were during the times of Nazi Germany, where they housed babies and people that were going to be killed due to a sick genetic belief system. I believe that that as people are able to really take a stand and understand and help, that it will turn things around. But I think that a lot's been put into place, and it's going to take some time to undo it. Obviously, with all the people that are under mind control that are going to need to be healed.
Mm-hmm. Now, from the global elite's perspective, what do they consider threats to their plan?
I think the exposure of the plan would be a threat to their plan.
Mm-hmm.
I think people being in charge of themselves and understanding that there are projects such as the HARP project that is altering the frequency of the planet and of the minds of the people that are here, and demanding that project be stopped. Instead of stopping the military from being able to hide a research and instrumentation and experimentation of weaponry that is oftentimes is unable to be seen. It's invisible, but it's damaging to the public and to the world, and to demand to know what their tax dollars are being used for, which, from my perspective, people are paying taxes in order that all this research be done on the mind control and on everything else, and they're paying for their own demise, paying for their own destruction, because they're fueling the government agencies and the military that has been given such a high priority on this earth for destruction, instead of funding education and teaching children how to think and critically analyze and empowering people. It's all been, the society is pretty much built on, still with a military mind and bent on destruction and control and power.
Mm-hmm. Now, when you had access to this information, what was their time frame for bringing this about, or did that come up?
Oh, about the financial thing?
Yep.
It was within the next couple of years.
Mm-hmm. And do you believe that may still be on track?
The plan was intended to be culminated by the year 2000.
Mm-hmm. And is there a particular significance to the years 1998 or 1999 in terms of their own occult belief
Yeah, I think
system?
it's the occultic numerology and all those belief systems that they've based this on. It's a perversion of Christianity. It's a perversion of Christ. Everything that I ever saw was a perversion of everything that is good.
Mm-hmm. And I've heard a number of mind control survivors talking about end times programming. Mm-hmm. Do you have any knowledge of that and what that entails?
Yeah, I had that too, where I never actually got to what my job was, but I knew that there was a job that I was programmed to have and do during those end times. And I think that people were programmed and are still programmed to create endless chaos. And I think with the general population being so ignorant about the mind control technology, about how targeted energy can affect brain waves, and about all of this higher level technology stuff, that they're blinded to all of this, and that's dangerous.
Now, do you feel that therapists and other professionals have made any headway to disable this kind of programming and to heal?
I think that the therapists that have been working diligently in this for years, and I highly honor them, and I'm very grateful, and I think that they've done a lot, and I think that they've done it against all odds, and I think they've done it as a great sacrifice professionally and in every way. And I think that certainly bringing the programming to light and to conscious awareness dismantles much of it. And I think that the EEG biofeedback technology is something that therapists can use to, instead of taking 10 to 12 to 15 years, to reintegrate someone with DID, that it can be done in a year or two without so much disruption to the person's functional life.
Now, generally, how long do you think it's taken them to actually program these people to the level that they can be used to participate in their plans?
Well, usually it's the intergenerational abuse, so children that are going to be used, usually in official levels, are programmed from birth, and it's taken years.
Mm-hmm.
And I understand that starting in the 70s, children were that weren't from intergenerational families began to be programmed in daycare centers, which is where you have the McMartin preschool case and all of these cases that the children told what happened and were either initially believed and then allowed the media or the people from the inside to come in and say, no, this never happened, and have the cases turned around, or to make the children look incredible, like they were not telling the truth. But that's another question I always ask people is, just like as a child, when I told, how would I have known about all this sexual stuff unless I had seen it? I mean, adults need to logically think about how a child would ever even conceive of this kind of horror, and yet they're not just one or two children around are coming up with this, but hordes of children from all over the world. I mean, people have got to start looking at this logically, that this is not just some, stupid false memory foundation. This is something that's a real thing. Children have better things to be doing, and not the ability to create this kind of organized horror.
Mm-hmm. And you alluded to child prostitution and pornography. How closely is that connected with these global elites and the plans with the New World Order?
Well, I believe that, at least from my perspective and my experience, that the child pornography and prostitution was done for their pleasure and entertainment. My daughter and my sons were prostituted, taken to parties where the elite where anybody that wanted to have sex with them was able to go in and have sex with children. I think it's used as also an incredible fundraising ability to bring in large amounts of money as they are able to underground this child pornography into international markets where it's highly sought after and brings in a lot of funding to fund their operations.
So, in your opinion, how widespread do you think trafficking in children is going on today?
I think it's enough that if normal people knew how widespread it was, it would bring them to their knees. I think that it's like Ted Gunderson says, as an ex-member of the FBI or retired, that in California they knew exactly where all the stolen cars were, but no one had any idea about any statistics, organized or in any way, about where the missing children went. I mean, it's pretty bad.
What, in your opinion, can you estimate how many you think have been programmed? How many are mind control victims?
I really don't. I never personally, of my own, on the inside, heard or saw. I know there were a lot of people. I know I've met a lot of people that are healing, and I get letters from survivors from all over the world. I did a statistic I did hear from a member of the intelligence community at one time was that the presidential model project, where women were programmed to sexually service presidents and the elites, was that there were 3,000 in this country, which would mean that there would be 3,000 women, and then, as with my case, my daughter would follow in my footsteps. So she, it's like a pyramid game, where as each generation goes on, the amounts of people get larger and larger and larger as the intergenerational families continue to propagate.
And you have been in touch with quite a number of survivors. Can you speak to what kind of similarities between their accounts and geographically where they're from?
Actually, physically, they're from all over the world, and so I really haven't seen any kind of physical, everybody's from California or everybody's from Nevada. It's not like that. But people do name a lot of the same military bases. And I'll just say for myself, my daughter and myself were programmed heavily at Point Mugu Naval Base, where they had dolphin tanks and research, and there were places at Edwards Air Force Base, all sorts of different locations. But I think our commonalities are that we're all naming either major medical hospitals where arms of different research projects were done, or military bases, or NASA stations. That it's an organized picture. It's not just some little satanic cult operating here or there or somewhere else. It's all very organized.
And have the people you have spoken to have they had similar experiences to you in terms of the starting from an early age and being exposed to these satanic ritual abuses, and what percentage of people are involved in more of the government mind control that you've spoken to?
Actually, most of the survivors I've met have been used more at local levels, or not just prostitute, but used at not within the government, but used more at a lower level. However, I'd say there's been 10 or 12 other presidential models that I've met. I've met a lot of women who come up to me and are afraid to give me much of their story, but will say, so-and-so was also my abuser, or I remember this man. And a lot of my validation has come from not naming the names, and from many of these women who are so frightened, having never read my book or any of my information, and they find me out in the hall and corner me and name the names. And oftentimes they're some of the high-level perpetrators that were also my abusers. Mm-hmm. So I quietly validate them, and they go off and heal knowing they're not crazy.
Now, I want to also talk about the criminal connections to other organized crime. and particularly trafficking in children, and wondered if you could shed any information that you had been exposed to in that regard.
Well, I will explain as far as the criminal connections that my memories and my experiences as a child were heavily mob involved, as well as CIA and government, different medical universities and military bases that were used. As far as that criminal activity, how it all weaves in, I believe, is just as arms that are used in order to benefit from the child trafficking, and is able to use these children in certainly the pornography and prostitution that and to bring in other children. In a place in my book, I talk about how I was used under mind control as a child to enlist other children into an automobile in California and then these were children that, as I was aware as a child, probably did not have the background or programming or had not even been abused, but were kidnapped off the street and enticed with the use of another child to bring them in, and then once they were in the car, they were trapped and they were used. I watched as they were used in pornography, and then were used in snuff films in which they were actually killed during the filming, and then were disposed of in whatever manner. But then certainly this type of what some of these sick and sadistic people think of as entertainment that feeds their own perversions and their own sick senses is what has really brought in a large financial base that certainly has been used to and has been exposed by other women who have talked about these funds been used to fund the black operations, CIA, government, mind control, different military or medical experiments that were done. And I believe a lot of this is where a lot of the funding comes from for a lot of these experiments and continued research.
These ties into the criminal activities such as you mentioned, child pornography, prostitution, and also drug trafficking. How widespread in your opinion, is trafficking in children?
I think it's very widespread, and I think that the public has been seriously fooled by the False Memory Foundation and a lot of the media that has gone on saying that all these cases that have come up with the preschools and different agencies around the country where children are coming forward and telling what happened to them. That does include pornography, statements of being used in sexual ways, and certainly being abused in the child's mind is being discredited. And I believe that these children that are telling the truth, that saying the same things that happened to me and a lot of other women across the country when we were children, are certainly being discredited by the media, but that from what I understand and from the first-person accounts that I hear, the people that are my age and that go back even older and then younger, that are talking about the amount of children in preschool that have been programmed that may not have been intergenerational ritual abuse ties, but who have been programmed and then used with the pornography and prostitution in order to create great avenues of funding. And very large. And I think that combined with kids that are found missing off of the streets and kidnapped in an attempt to use them as a means of funding, all of this horror continues to go unchecked by the public population that finds all of this so incredulous that they don't even believe it. So here we have survivors who and children who are also re-victimized by a disbelieving public and oftentimes uninformed mental health and church systems that are unable to believe that this kind of atrocity has gone on, and so they're unable to come to these children's aid or to the adult survivors who are attempting to find avenues of relief and help in order to stop this and help themselves.
Yeah, it really seems that their biggest cover up for all of these atrocities is the public disbelief that these go on.
Yes, absolutely. That's Walter Bauert, who wrote Operation Mind Control, has a blurb in his book that says that the big secrets are protected by their incredulity, and certainly I believe that that those that strategized this plan were very well aware that when all of us started talking about these things, that just like in Nazi Germany, when people still today want to believe that a lot of those horrors didn't happen, that people would turn away in denial of what really happened because it's so horrific and incredulous.
Now, speaking of Nazi Germany, there have been a number of allegations that there has been Nazi involvement, particularly in connection with the Project Paperclip of importing Nazis after World War II into the United States. Have you come across any Nazi connections in your experience?
Yes, I have, and just to enlarge and expand a little bit on this Project Paperclip, Linda Hunt wrote a book about Project Paperclip in which she explained that Mark Phillips, who was an intelligence officer, had actually, and he personally told me that he was part of bringing in some of these Nazi doctors and bringing them into our country and giving them immunity, and that he was unaware at the time what the full ramification of what these people were doing within our country, but that he was aware that that was happening. So right there is the Nazi connection of how these men, who were a lot of the scientists and doctors, who had used the population of prisoners in the concentration camps as their unwitting and unwilling and horrific suffering people as their population of research, and how then they were brought to our country and put into the major universities and research centers in order to further their research on the mind control, and then were given over to the population of ritual abuse survivors in order to have now another group to experiment on, of which certainly myself and my children were a part of that also included genetic experiments that were done to me and to my children. As far as the Nazi connections that I'm aware of in my past, I am aware of my mother telling me that my father went to some neo-Nazi meetings along with my grandmother, when I was just a little girl. And I know that in a lot of my recovery work, what the symbol that I kept drawing over and over was the Nazi symbol. And I saw that symbol as a child at some of the satanic ritual ceremonies that were done to me and to others, and certainly I believe that that is a very large part of all of this. And as society continues to want to even put Nazi Germany and the horrors of those people that suffered in the concentration camps under the rug and not look at it, it continues to proliferate here, even within our country, as these people are still getting away with doing the human experimentation and torturing people today.
Mm-hmm. And do you feel that the experiments that were done in the Nazi concentration camps during the Holocaust, that they were for the purposes of developing mind control?
Oh, definitely. In fact, last year I went to the Holocaust Museum in Washington, D.C., and saw there's pictures of the actual brain experimentation and a lot of the research that was done. It's all there for people that have the eyes to see that it absolutely was experimentation. And there's pictures of people being experimented on.
Mm-hmm. Now, do you have, in your experience, did you come across Joseph Mengele in the United States? A number of survivors of mind control have named him as being involved in their abuse in the United States, post-World War II era. Was that part of your experience?
No, actually it wasn't, Wayne, but what was there were doctors at UCLA Neuropsychiatric Institute who were very instrumental in my programming, and where I reported to, oftentimes by myself as a result of responding to my programmed instruction to report there, and where my programming was checked in on and made into whatever it was that the needs were of the time. So, no, the answer to that is no, but yes, there were doctors. There were doctors all over the country that I reported to in various military installations and certainly UCLA.
And a number of people I've interviewed have talked about the occult ideology of these groups that are responsible for perpetrating mind control. What do you think the significance of that is?
Well, I think that historically, I've been able now to read back and to understand that the occult plan for this New World Order has gone back generations and was built on very heavily through all kinds of what seemingly look like religious ideology, and I believe that that the occult belief system and the evilness of that and the destructiveness and certainly being interlaced with superstitious beliefs is what continues to allow these things to proliferate as people's belief systems, that they believe in all of this perversion gives them the power to take it forward into these times. And I think that it's like for the Satanists to believe that these satanic rituals and all of the perversions that are done during those rituals that allow them in their belief system to believe that they're gaining power by doing all these horrors and stealing energy from children and babies and all of the different ways that they believe as they're killing, that it allows them to continue on. And until these belief systems are cleaned up and until people that are good people on the planet begin to be able to weed through their own denial that this level of atrocity could still be going on today, I think that that's where the problem lies. It's the people that are perpetrating still this occultic belief that meets up with the denial of even Christians who can't believe this and say they're frightened by it and don't want to deal with it. And so it's been my experience in watching that as good people do nothing, that the children continue to be tortured and abused.
And do you think this ties in, just in a general sense, with these groups that have been using mind control and in their motivation towards more and more power and wealth? Like, I get asked, well, don't these old money family groups have enough power already? What is motivating them to perpetuating these atrocities?
Well, what I saw, from what I saw from the inside of sitting, in a group of these men who were strategizing, is it's almost like some of these people are so unbalanced intellectually that they and certainly fueled by whatever abuses that and unloving, uncaring, horrific abuse systems that they may have come from, that they view and believe very strongly in the intellect and not feelings or any kind of caring or love or anything like that, where that they more or less look at this as a game of their intellect, sort of like a group of powerful men sitting in a room thinking up strategies of how they might be able to control the world and what benefits they might be able to have. But from what I saw, it seemed like it was a big game to them. And in fact, they used with me, and part of my programming was a chess game where they used different pieces of that chess game to represent to me different world leaders, and how this was how the game was played, and it was all used in a very symbolic way. But I believe that these people are very intelligent and are able to strategize and come up with a plan, but it's almost as if the stakes had to get raised higher, just like in a poker game of who could control who and how successful they would be in seeing how they can control the minds of the entire planet.
Now, I want to ask you if you are aware of any direct government ties to some of these satanic cults that seem to have proliferated across North America, and have a lot of survivors have come forth in their accounts of their experiences with these cults. And I suppose there's a lot of different levels there in terms of their involvement within the overall government mind control picture. But I want to ask if you knew of any direct government ties to some of these cults.
Well, the government ties, I believe, to the cults are the politicians that I believe have realized and are very aware that the people in the cults, and especially in the satanic cults that are born and have multiple personality disorder from the abuse that they suffer within their families, are certainly prime candidates because of their dissociative abilities and inability to stay present in a unified whole way with their minds to even know what's going on. I believe that so through the politicians and then through the military, as the bases were used with a lot of the equipment for the mind control, and certainly was used as a way to cover up these experiments by saying that they were military projects. There's a base in California. It still is. Point Mugu Naval Base is on the coast there. It was real close to my house, where myself and my children reported. And certainly that base was, until recently, was actually armed with a man with a gun in the tower. And you want to ask people what I in my recovery, I would ask people, why would you think that a military base here in California on the coast would need to have, men with submachine guns standing up in the guard tower? And so I believe that the military was used as a branch of the government in order to be able to house these projects in a way that they could be kept secret from the public, and yet here the public is paying taxes and actually funding these research projects in ways that they have no idea where their money is going, paying their tax dollars to actually support these secret government projects, of which people are just now beginning to come forward and through the Freedom of Information Act be able to demand some of these projects be brought to light. I think the government ties are very strong of certain individuals within the government who have certainly been a part of this New World Order plan. And from what I saw with the presidents all being involved with their Masonic connections, and certainly some of them higher Masonic connections than others, and with the tip of the iceberg being up with the level of Masonic ability to be the 33rd degree Mason, certainly where the mind control technology is hidden. I believe that this branches out into a lot of top hierarchy of a lot of organizations, and not just the government, but goes also now into the major corporations of the world, where a lot of the corporate heads have been manipulated into the system. So it's where there is talent, money, and power and control. A lot of this has worked its way in with the secrecy aspect, allowing it to continue to remain secret.
Also, do you have any inside information about their control over the media and their connections there and how they manipulate media?
Yes, absolutely. I was amongst them when they were even planning in the late 60s and 70s, when they were planning strategies of how information would go into the newspapers, and I listened as they talked about the major families who owned some of the newspapers, and how through owning a lot of the major media, which I believe now is probably pretty complete if people were to look back and be able to trace the histories of a lot of the media, would be able to see that this is all pretty much locked up, and that these things are censored when any of these subjects even if they would attempt to work their way into the media, would be covered up. One intelligence officer told me that there was a Russian intelligence officer that was being interviewed on television, and they asked him a question about something, and he said, well, the Americans have won the war of the mind. And they whisked him off the air, and he never even showed back up. That was it, and it never went any farther. So I believe that the media is in a large cover-up right now, and people are listening and hearing a lot of stories that have been strategized to be what, in an attempt to have them believe what these people want them to believe, instead of actually getting the truth of what's gone on.
Now, the media currently is creating a lot of furor over this latest Clinton scandal. I wondered if you could comment on that, and if there is any indication that any of these women that are coming forward have been used like you have been.
Well, I would say that for myself, as certainly as a presidential model, and also speaking on behalf of other presidential models and women that I have spoken to within the last week or so, we all feel quite a victory that his reputation is being challenged, and that the truth is being brought forth. And I would like to, commend Paula Jones and even stand with her as knowing that this is a reality, and that this man needs to be stopped in his sexual perversions. And I would say that personally, for me, I was devastated when he was reelected, and I should and do try to remind myself all the time that the presidents really aren't elected. But I think that it is going to take the Americans of the world to take back this country, and to really research and find out what is going on in order to stop it, and to realize that our leaders, even if they're not in control of themselves, may have an agenda here that is not for the good of the whole.
Now, do you feel that this scandal may have possibly been engineered against Clinton by another power group with not good intentions either?
Right, and certainly, Wayne, I have no way of knowing that. I think that this man has perpetrated more horror to women on this planet, as well as a lot of the violence that's gone on that continues to, in its attempt to be leaked out through alternative media sources, and that the American public still is so, I don't know if they're so busy trying to earn a living for their families that they don't have time to really research what their leaders are doing, but it seems like people have, up until now, been pretty short-sighted. And I certainly think that there are and have to be good people within the White House and within the intelligence community who may not know what is going on and don't understand the mind control or the levels of how it's been used to manipulate, and certainly may be behind bringing out some of these scandals or allowing them to leak at least some of the truth into the press. And I think it's a wonderful thing that at least our president is being called into check about some of the allegations that are made repeatedly against him as far as his sexuality and his adultery and all the perversions that follow it.
And in your experience, is Clinton any different than other presidents in that regard?
No.
Mm-hmm. Now, what do you feel is necessary to bring all of this into more of a public limelight and exposing these atrocities?
I think that it's going to take a lot of education for people, and I think it's going to take the public waking up and coming out of denial about the level of evil that people are able to perpetrate on other people. And I think it's going to be the people are going to need to start taking the survivor accounts into a belief arena in order to stop what has gone on, because everybody is going to be a victim of this. Certainly the victims of mind control have suffered immensely through years of torture and trauma, but society also is a victim of this, because until people are reintegrated and deprogrammed, they're a threat to peace in the society. As people well know, the programming that was done was not as effective and able to control people as they thought, and as people break down, their programming breaks down, it's a problem for society as people become violent. We find children that are killing their parents, and we find that behind that is satanic abuse, but it's not allowed into the court system, and it's the reality of this has been covered up in so many different ways that the public isn't getting the truth of what's really happened.
And what plans do you and other survivors of this have in terms of bringing this into more of a public view?
Well, certainly, Wayne, I speak out whenever I have a chance, whether it be radio, television, workshops, different conferences that I speak at all over the nation and abroad. And that is certainly one avenue of giving information. Certainly writing books, and I always encourage other survivors to write what happened to them and get it out. And I think that another presidential commission needs to be brought where a greater number of women are able to come forward with their stories to stand with Valerie Wolf and her survivor clients who were so courageous to step forward and open the door on the mind control experiments. I think it's going to take a grassroots movement of women who have been through this to expose it and stop it, and I think that would be a very powerful avenue.
Brice, I'd like to thank you very much for joining us in this radio series. I know it takes a lot of courage to come forth as you have, and I wish you all the strength in your ongoing struggle to bring this to light.
Oh, thank you, Wayne. I really appreciate the opportunity of spending time sharing my story with you. Thanks.
So, with no further ado, Ted Gunderson.
Thank you very much, Paul. I've been retired from the FBI for 20 years, a little over 20 years. And it was quite by accident I became involved in these issues. When I talk about these issues, I'm talking about a vast number of topics. And these issues involve the very highest level of the government, the very highest level of the top industrial and businessmen in the world. And it took me some 17 years before I realized I was able to document some of the topics that will be discussed here today, topics that I'll talk about and also topics that Brice will talk about. Anyway, I retired from the FBI in 1979. At the time, I had over 700 personnel under my command, $22 million budget. I was one of the top executives in the organization. And shortly after my retirement, I opened a private investigative firm, among other things, consulting and so forth. And one of my clients was the friend of Dr. Jeffrey R. MacDonald. Dr. MacDonald is a former Green Beret doctor who was convicted of murdering his wife and 2 children in Fort Bragg, February 17, 1970. This was in 1979, 9 years later. He had just been convicted and was sentenced to 3 consecutive life sentences. I visited Dr. MacDonald. He said, "I'm innocent." I said, "Doctor, if you're innocent, I'll work the case from now until we're able to get you free." He's still serving 3 consecutive life sentences, and I'm still working the case. Within 10 months of obtaining the case, I talked to the girl in the floppy hat who was standing on the corner, for those of you who are aware of the story Fatal Vision, movie, book, best-selling book. Micah, the MP, en route to the scene at 4:30 in the morning, saw this girl, floppy hat. I talked to her, obtained a confession from her October 25, 1980. The girl's name was Helena Stokely. Helena told me Dr. MacDonald did not commit these murders. They were committed by her satanic cult group, and it was her initiation into the cult that night. They left Dr. MacDonald for dead. And in one of her statements, in another statement, she said that they left him alive so he could suffer, having lost his family and knowing full well that he'd be framed. So there's always, in these cases, there's always going to be some conflict. But basically, I went public with the information, and on national TV, national radio, people absolutely came out of the woodwork from all over the country and said, "Hey, I know all about the satanic movement in the country today. I'm trying to get out. I'm multi-generation." And it goes on and on and on. I couldn't believe it because people from Washington were telling the same story as individuals from Florida and New England to California to the Southwest, the Middle West, and so forth. That was the beginning of my education. Now, why did they go after the MacDonald family? This cult was involved in distributing drugs up and down the East Coast. At that time, they were bringing drugs in plastic bodies in the body cavities of the dead GIs coming out of Southeast Asia. They, the CIA and the Army. The biggest drug dealer in the world, by far, is the CIA. And I'm going to tell you some other information and furnish some other information, as is Brice today, about how dirty this organization is. They're involved in international kidnapping and trafficking of children. They're involved in MK Ultra mind control program, and it goes on and on and on. And we will document this information right here in this auditorium. So, I'm still working the case. We've had several hearings, appeals, we've lost them all. In entering the case, I noticed evidence is lost, stolen, destroyed, altered. One of the unusual incidents here, actually a series of 3, There were 3 satanic signs left at the crime scene. Number 1, there was unexplained feathers. There was a headless doll. And the little 2.5-year-old child in shallow ice pick wounds, 10 of them, in her chest. S was on her chest. I asked Alina what did that stand for. She said it stood for Satan. Well, what is this all about? That was just the beginning of my education. Then, shortly thereafter, I was asked to work a case in Nebraska with John DeCamp. And in the Nebraska case, I flew out there, worked for free, by the way. I'll make it a habit of this, but so what? Anyway, I'm helping somebody. And John asked me if I would become involved in it, and I did. The previous investigator had died in a plane crash. It was very obvious. He was murdered. He was in Chicago gathering up some evidence. He called one of John's associates, a state senator, Lauren Schmidt, said, "Lauren, I have the smoking gun. I have the evidence that will, without any question, convict these people," and I'll tell you more about the case in a minute. Got on a plane that night. The plane lasted about an hour and a half out of Chicago and blew up and fell to the ground. He and his little 8-year-old son were killed. Gary Caradori. I'd like to someday go back to Lincoln and put a statue in the town square for that man. He developed a lot of information. He was a brave man. Former Nebraska Highway Patrol. Anyway, from the Nebraska case, we learned that children were being driven, taken out of orphanages, private homes, Boys Town, driven from Omaha, Nebraska to Sioux City, Iowa, a distance of 184 miles away, placed in private jets, flown to Washington, D.C. for sex orgy parties with Congress and senators. We learned that children 10, 11, 12 years old who were part of the network, Paul Benassi in particular, was used as a decoy in shopping malls, public places, playgrounds, schoolyards, and so forth, to attract other children of the same age over to that area. Then the adults would grab the kids, throw them in a car, and be off with them. Now, what were they doing with these kids when they're flying them to Washington, D.C.? They had a condominium. Larry King, he's not Larry King live television, but a black man who was a rising star in the Republican Party. He had a condominium, paid $5,000 a month. It was on Embassy Row. His salary was $17,000 a year. And these kids were being used for sex orgy parties with congressmen, senators, ambassadors, and what have you. It was basically to frame them. Another phase of the Nebraska case involved what I later learned to be MK Ultra mind control program. And Brice would talk a lot more about it herself. And these kids, many of them, were being taken to Offutt Air Force Base, SAC headquarters there in Omaha, tortured, put through drug programs, hypnotized, and victimized as MK Ultra victims. It's a CIA mind control program, as I said. Who was involved? Chief of Police Bob Wadman, Harold Anderson, past publisher of the Omaha World Herald, Society editor of the Omaha World Herald, prominent people, some of those prominent people in the community. What happened in the case? Cover up. There were 80 children initially came forward. Of the 84 were able to talk and give statements. 2 later recanted under threats. And as I said, this involved, among other things, kidnapping, murder, satanic ceremonies, MK Ultra program. People have said, claim that there's nothing to this MK Ultra program. It's difficult to believe. But I have some material which I'll be glad to share with you. This is an item that's available through my research. It's right out of the Library of Congress, obtained through the Freedom of Information, actual government memoranda as to the MK Ultra mind control program. Next. This is obituary of Sidney Gottlieb, and if you can read right there, he talks about being the founder of the MK Ultra mind control program. The next picture of Dr. Jolly West, psychiatrist. By the way, he died in January, and Sidney Gottlieb died in March, I believe. And he talks about, or this article talks about his involvement in drugs and cults and the mind control program. Anyway, this is an outgrowth of what I ran across. Put the next slide on. Just some of the documentation involved. This is an article out of the Washington Times. Top Japanese politician linked to Spence. Craig Spence was a CIA agent who was used to set these ambassadors and public officials up. Next. Homosexual prostitution probe ensnarled officials of Bush and Reagan administration. Washington Times also, June 29, 1989. By the way, Paul Benassi, who is one of the main witnesses, you can keep flipping them, in the case, Paul Benassi has drawn the inside living quarters of the White House. Public's not allowed there. Another article, power brokers serve drugs, sex at parties, bugged for blackmail. Go ahead. And I talked about missing children and about kidnapped children. This is an article from the Reader's Digest, July 1982. 100,000 children disappear every year in America. This is a beginning of documentation that our government is involved in kidnapping children. I'm going to show you next, keep going with those, excerpts from a U.S. Customs report. This report is Department of the Treasury, and in February 1987, February 5th as a matter of fact, two well-dressed men with children varying in age from 2 to 7, 6 of them as I recall, were arrested in Tallahassee, Florida. From the arrest, the police traced the van up to Washington, D.C. to an organization known as the Finders. The U.S. Customs was notified, and this is the documentation from a U.S. Customs report. You can flip the page. To make a long story short, the Customs learned that the Metropolitan Police Department obtained search warrants, went in, and found evidence of satanic ceremonies, found documentation that children were being kidnapped off the streets and exported and flown around the world, London, Germany, to the Far East, and the Middle East. And this is, as I said, the report. Go back to that last page that you had on there. I want to read it to the audience. Turn it around and over. Okay. The customs agent went back to the Finder's address, and by the way, I've got the address in this report. This report is available. On April 2nd, 87, for a final evaluation of the situation. You've been talking to Detective Bradley. Bradley was not available on that occasion. So there was a third party, and here's what he was advised. That all of the passport data had been turned over to the State Department for their investigation. They found passports in the cars which indicated that the individuals at the Finders had traveled to North Korea and also to Russia. Illegal at that time, during the 50s, of course. The State Department, in turn, advised the Metropolitan Police Department that all travel and use of the passports by the holders of the passports was within the law. No action would be taken. As I say, this included travel to North Korea, North Vietnam in the late 50s and mid-1970s. It was illegal. The individual further advised me of circumstances which indicated that the investigation into the activity of the Finders had become a CIA internal matter. The Metropolitan Police Department report had been classified secret and was not available for review. I was advised that the FBI had withdrawn from the investigation several weeks prior, and that the FBI Foreign Counterintelligence Division, that's in headquarters, had directed the Metropolitan Police Department not to advise the FBI Washington Field Office, that's the investigative field office in Washington, D.C., of anything that had transpired. No further information will be available, no further action will be taken. Case closed. In researching the finders, I learned that it had been a covert CIA operation since the early 1960s. Their main mission was to kidnap and transport these children around the world. You can just go on, keep going. I've gone through that whole report. As another case that I worked was the McMartin case. The McMartin case broke in the early 1980s. The children claimed that after they were dropped off by their parents at this preschool, Manhattan Beach, California, they were involved in various ceremonies, including ceremonies in a chamber underneath the school. They claimed there were tunnels under the school. They claimed they were molested under the school. They claimed there were children that were sacrificed, the satanic type ceremonies, adults in robes chanting without any clothes underneath them, candles, the whole 9 yards. The authorities went out 1985, claimed they looked for evidence of the tunnels. The kids said, in addition to the tunnels, that they were flown up into the mountains, Crestline in particular, or at least two of the mountains. They didn't name Crestline, they were too young to know the difference, by jet airplanes. So I did some checking on my own. You can flip it. And as a result, in the early April 1991, I gained access to the property. And from the access, I hired archaeologist, Dr. Gary Stickle, at UCLA. He brought in a team of individuals, professionals, and we dug for tunnels under the school. Whereas the authorities could not find the tunnels and subsequently stated that the children were hallucinating, there's nothing to it, we found the tunnels ourselves. And these are, Sue, I think we're kind of out of order there. Can you kind of watch me and we can, Brice, can you kind of watch me because, huh? Well, they were in order. Okay, this is an example of the school. We went out and dug it up and went down and looked into the cross of the dirt. What happens is when you go take a cross section straight down, you can see foreign dirt that had been filled into the tunnels. Keep going, Sue. That's the entrance to the tunnel under the Dog West classroom. Keep going, Sue. Now, the interesting fact here is that these avocado roots were live. There was a dead avocado root over here, which meant that the entrance to the tunnel, there was a 9-foot entrance that had been cut as so. Keep going, Sue. Upside down. Other way. Keep going. The other way. That was the concrete. Oh, keep going around. That's it. That was the arch between classroom 3 and classroom 4. It was actually arch, and that was the tunnel that went through there. This was a pentagram that we found on the plate in the sandbox. We found this Disney bag, plastic Disney bag, copyright 1982, 1983, in the entrance of the tunnel, actually under the foundation, so it could not have been placed there in 1966 when the building was built. It had to be placed there sometime subsequent to 1982. The tunnel's been filled in. Keep going, soon. This is the live avocado root that I mentioned to you a few moments ago, and some more. And this is a diagram of the tunnel entrance. There's the live avocado root. There's a dead one. And that was, as I said, about 9 feet across. Another diagram. That's where we found the plastic Disney bag right there. Keep going. And that's the diagram of the school. There is the west entrance that I showed you just a few moments ago. That's the chamber. The tunnel went across the fourth classroom to the third classroom. We didn't have time to explore it further. We ran out of money and also time. We were kicked off the lot, actually. There's a tunnel here. The children claimed that they were taken up into the triplex of the next door, the bathroom of the triplex. There was a trap door there, and taken out into the community and prostituted. We found that the trap door in the bathroom of the triplex next door. Keep going, sir. Keep going. The kids said that they were taken up into the mountains, flown up into the mountains. I had an informant that told me that she had an idea where the children were taken. Abandoned satanic site now, by the way. And this was up in Crestline. These are pictures of the site. It was built on the side of the mountain. Just keep going, sir. It was impossible to see it from the street. You could only see it from down below, and it didn't mean anything because it was so many miles away, or from a helicopter or an airplane. You can see the massive size of it. The street was over on the top there, so anybody driving down the street could not have seen what was going on down here. This is, I'm sure, where some of the ceremonies were taking place of the kids who were flown up there. Keep going. That's probably, I don't know what that is. But I think it's about 9 feet across. What would that be, Sue? Altar? Okay. It's down in there. It's where the site is. This would be where the street is, so you can see you couldn't see it. Keep going. That's probably, that was an altar we think that was broken, the big stone. 666, that was carved in one of the rocks. That was a large circle with all kinds of writing. I couldn't get up high enough to take it all in and get it all on one picture, or a series of pictures. That was in the dungeon. They had a dungeon with the drop hole. The hole was probably about 2.5 by 3 feet, and it was about 10 feet down. It was below the surface. The ceiling was probably about 8 feet high. I think that's where they killed their captives before they sacrificed them. Some ovens that were on the property. This is a sign, and you can take the next slide and put it overlay it on top of it. And can you see it there? Oh, turn it around. Turn the overlay. Yeah, that's it. And this is one of the signs that was there. Can you read that up there, Sue? Yeah, read it out loud.
The seal of Amethyst.
It was a seal of one of the satanic signs. Go ahead, take the next one. And put the overlay on top of it. Armistice Day.
It's upside down.
Okay, that's all right. Go on to the next slide. Some more of the site. This is looking over the edge. This would have been where the abandoned satanic site was. Over the edge, you can see that there's no way that you could see it from down below. This is the road that goes down to San Bernardino. These are the 8 basic satanic holidays. We have one coming up, Halloween, very shortly. Witches celebrate the dead. And the next calendar is a more detailed list of the holidays, satanic holidays during the year. Just flip them over real fast. It tells in detail about the purpose of each holiday. Sexual climax and so forth, blood and so forth. Okay? Now, during the McMartin case, at the time that it broke, I called the U.S. attorney, not the U.S. attorney, but the district attorney, and I told him, I talked to Dale Rubin, who was the prosecutor. I said, I think I know where the children were taken up in the mountains, and I'd be glad to take you up there and maybe have the children go. Just turn it off a minute. Have the children go up and maybe they can identify it. She said she wasn't interested. During the second trial, the first trial, Ray Buckey had a hung jury. Second trial, we discovered the tunnels under the school. I called the district attorney. They came out, a fellow named Perez, investigator, said he wasn't interested. There weren't tunnels there. He wanted to argue with the archaeologists. They could have used the tunnels in the second trial. They didn't. Why? The children identified an actor, household name politicians, professional baseball players, professional football players. In my opinion, it was a major cover-up. Okay, see, turn it on. So what's going on in America today and around the world? Where we're talking about a major cover-up, we're talking about control of the media. This is from the Congressional Record, 1915, February 9th, 1917, actually, not 1915. Okay, flip it. And that's a continuation of page 2, Congressional Record, February the 9th, 1917. Okay, go ahead and put the next one on. We're going to read it, a little bit of it here. On this particular page, Mr. Callaway, a congressman from Pennsylvania, was talking to the House of Representatives, and he pointed out that in March 1915, the J.P. Morgan interests bought up 25 of America's leading newspapers, inserted their own editors, and thereafter controlled, to the best of their ability, the news that was being placed in those 25 newspapers. Flip it. That's a continuation of page 2, page 2948. Okay, Sue, keep going. Who's who of the elite members of the Bilderberg's Council on Foreign Relations Trilateral Commission Skull and Bone Society Committee of 300. You want to know why they control and how they control it? This will give you the list. This is a book written by Robert Galen Ross. Flip it. This gives you a list of the various organizations that have members at the very top level. You see here, magazine publications, Time Magazine has 6, Newsweek 4, New Yorker 3, and so on down, total 46. We also have federal government in here, and so forth. Flip it. Is the Illuminati alive and well today? Well, you're not going to find out from checking with the mainstream media, but here's a little article that I found in the Picayune, Mississippi newspaper, and it says a group of Illuminati, including top and experts in a range of fields, met, and some of the names there are their household names, including Newt Gingrich, Bill Gates, and others. So there you go right there. You didn't see that in your main LA Times or the New York Times, did you? Okay. I mentioned that I've been involved in this research for 20 years. And up until about 2 to 3 years ago, I used the term loose-knit satanic cult drug network. It was only after one of my lectures in Las Vegas, I talked about the McDonald case itself, and a man came up and handed me this book, Pawns in the Game. This explains what's going on in America today. We're talking about the Illuminati. Flip it, Sue. This is the best documentation I've ever seen of the Illuminati. It talks about Adam Weishaupt and how he, we're getting off the subject now. Talks about Adam Weishaupt, how he set up 25 goals, and some of the goals were to control the press, and other goals were to disrupt the youth through drugs and liquor and morals, to have agent within the various organizations, influencing the politicians, and so forth. There are 25 goals in this book. It's an outstanding book. I highly recommend that you obtain copies of it. Beg your pardon?
Could you repeat the author
William Guy Carr, and it's available through my research. And by the way, I've got about 100 handouts here. I urge all of you to come up and take one if you haven't done so thus far. Basically, I think that's the extent of my 45 minutes. But before I close, let me mention that about 12, 14 years ago, I ran across a young musician, Mark Wilson. Had a lot of talent, has a lot of talent today. And as a matter of fact, I supported him financially and supported him in other ways. He actually lived in the same complex as I lived in Las Vegas. I alerted him to the problems that we have with the children, kidnapped children on a regular basis. And he became inspired. And he wrote a song in my living room called Rescue Me. Mark, in the meantime, just recently had his first album released. He's on the top 10 records in a number of radio stations around the country. This album is available to you. If you want to order it, you can drop a check off for $12 up here after the show today. And I'll get it to you, name and address, or just write me a check and I'll I'll send the CD or the record to your address. 1/10 of the proceeds of this CD will go to a trust called Missing Children Trust. And we're going to set up a real organization to look for the missing children. Now, you're going to tell me that the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children doesn't look for children? National Center for Missing and Exploited Children is a joke. It's a part of the Department of Justice, being financed through the Department of Justice. They have a multi-million-dollar budget. They have a staff of, who knows, 20, 30 people. I've been in their office. They have found through the years, and I've known for them to be in existence at least 20 years, I think 95 or 96 children. You give me that money, and I'll tell you what, I'll find 95, 96 children in 1 month. You remember? Thank you, sir. You remember they used to put the kids' pictures on the milk cartons, and they took them off? I contend, I don't know, I can't tell you why, I contend too many kids were being located through those milk cartons. Your federal government doesn't want you to find these kids, because your federal government, particularly the finders, the CIA organization out of Washington, D.C., is the biggest motivating factor behind the missing children in this country today. Why? Well, there's several reasons. Kids are used for body parts, sex slaves. They're used for the satanic ceremonies. And a 10, 11, 12-year-old blue-eyed, blonde-haired kid will sell on the auction block outside Las Vegas, outside Toronto, Canada, and a barn in Lincoln, Nebraska. These are the 3 locations I'm aware of, for $50,000. Paul Benassi, a young man who was willing to come forward on the Nebraska case, has attended these auctions. He attended 6 such auctions in Las Vegas, Nevada. The fewest number of children there were 6. The highest number were 36. The auctions took place near a landing strip. Foreigners came in with turbans on and took these kids, put them in the plane, put them in campers, who knows where they went from there. 100,000 children disappear. I have personally filed formal complaints to the great FBI about the finders being an organized international child kidnapping ring. They have yet to come out and interview me formally and get my documentation, which, as I pointed out to you, is a U.S. Customs report. Now, the great FBI, they can tell you how many bank robberies, how many kidnappings, quote, end quote, their kidnapping figures, how many cars were stolen last year, and what have you. They claim in the kidnapping department 75 to 80 children a year. That's a joke. They can keep track of cars, they can keep track of bank robberies, aggravated assaults, but they don't keep track of how many kids disappear every year. And that's by design. Anyway, Mark Wilson became inspired, having made the mistake of hanging around me for too long. And he wrote this song in the living room, my living room. And I think this song, we're promoting it. I think this song is going to go. Now, what I'd like to have you folks do, get this CD. You can order it today, $12. Actually, normally it sells shipping and handling $15. And take it and call your radio station and tell your radio station you want them to play this song. It's called Rescue Me. Let's get it.
All right. I would like to reintroduce Mr. Ted Gunderson, and he is going to say a few words about our next speaker. And he knows her much better than I do, so he can tell you a lot more about her. Ted.
You know, when you become involved in these issues, as I said earlier, you network, and that's one of the great pleasures that I have. It causes a few headaches now and then also, but I think that's the answer to the problem, if we can all network together and help each other. And a number of years ago, I guess about 4 or 5 years ago, I had a call from a young lady, and she basically told me that she had some problems, and I referred her to another individual who I thought would help her. And one thing led to another, and then I developed a close relationship with this young lady through the years. We communicated by telephone on a regular basis, and she's fantastic. She's really fantastic, and I wanted to make sure that I was the one that introduced her today. I asked if I couldn't introduce her today because of the work that she's done. Of all the people in this field, I think she's probably done as much or more than anybody that I'm aware of or know of. And of course, that young lady is Brice Taylor. And she's a great person. She's a dear friend. And even if she doesn't know how to flip the overheads, I still love her. But I'm going to flip her overhead, so I'm going to get even with you. Anyway, let me introduce to you Brice Taylor. And just give her a big hand. She's very special.
Yes, it'll be a little bit. Thank you, Ted. And just to let everybody know, it wasn't really 5 years ago. It was more like almost 12. It's been a long time. But time goes by fast these days. And this is an incredible opportunity for me to be here back in Pasadena, where my home was here in California. And I owe this privilege to Annie Basile, the owner of Cast Locations, and she keeps telling me to stop thanking her, but I really can't stop thanking this woman because she has stepped forward and supported this whole issue in such an incredible, heartfelt way of taking care of the details and being there emotionally for not only myself, but all the people, all the other victims and survivors who have come forward and are joining now in a way that hasn't happened in a very long time. And so, Annie, I would just like to thank you. And And I'd also like to thank all of Annie's friends, Patricia and Anthony and her family, both Anthony's and her daughter, and all the people that have really worked behind the scenes to bring this whole event together, as well as holding the hands of a lot of us who've been through this and needed to share. When the press release went out saying the Hollywood business owner supports mind control survivor, it was just an incredible healing for not only myself, but all of us that have been through this, as people now not only take us serious for what all we've been through, but also are willing to step forward in an effort to end these atrocities that have gone on behind everyone's backs. So I am just very grateful that she brought me here today to share with you the truth of what is occurring in this country and in the world, in hopes that together we all might be able to expose and end these crimes that are being committed against children all over the world. And I will share today with you my truth as I know it, so help me God. And so I just wanted to state that I'm grateful for the healing that I was able to come up with, which seems at times to be miraculous coming from where I've been. And I owe that in a great deal, that gratefulness to the Holy Spirit and to the God that has led and guided me through this whole entire thing to bring me here now. And it is kind of pretty an amazing thing that I'm speaking in Pasadena, where nearly 12 years ago I was in a therapy group here for people that had multiple personality disorder. And as part of a prayer, an opening prayer for the group, one of the women prayed, "Dear God, please help one of us heal enough that we will be able to, that this person will be able to go out and get help for all of us." And when that prayer was said, my whole body just kind of turned into little chill bumps, and I knew, but way back then, that would be me. And so it's pretty awesome to be here in Pasadena, fulfilling that prayer and knowing that it has been answered. I also want to thank Ted Gunderson, who, even though he thinks it was only 5 years ago, about 12 or 13 years ago, he began consulting with me by phone along with Catherine Gould and giving me tips on how to stay safe and what to do when men in suits were following me. And he just was there for my security and to listen and to lend a caring, supportive hand. And I'm really appreciative to him for all that he has done in exposing the satanic ritual abuse and the mind control that's gone on. So thank you, Ted. Thank you. And I'd also like to thank the LA Women's Commission Task Force on Ritual Abuse that's still in operation today. That were, when I was living here in California, I was a member, as was Ted, and together we worked to strategize on how to, first of all, be able to identify what the problems were of all these people, children, women, and men coming up with all these memories, and then what to do about it. So I'd just like to say that organization is still in operation today, and there's still a core group of dedicated people working with that. Should you want some further information, there's a booklet up at the table. I'm also a member of the ISSD, which is the Study of Dissociation Group, and MASA. Claire Reeves is here today, Mothers Against Sexual Abuse, and I'd like to just tell a little story on Claire. The first time I met Claire was, I don't know, how long ago was that? Probably about 8 years. Anyway, it was one of her debuts for her organization. She was speaking, and during the break I took her aside and started downloading all this government information of all the stuff that I've been involved with the presidents and Henry Kissinger and Bob Hope. And she was smoking a cigarette, and she was so nervous that she picked up another one, and she was smoking 2 cigarettes at once. So the stress has definitely been there, and Claire Reeves has been a person who has stayed in the battle, and so I just want to thank her and to acknowledge all of the wonderful work that she's doing. I'd also like to thank Brian Devereaux and Arizona Wilder, who are now really coming together to support survivors and to, as Brian is so adeptly informed about a lot of the mind control history and how a lot of this Illuminati and New World Order agenda has begun in Arizona, who is really standing forward and speaking out about what she knows and what she saw at the top. It's going to take all of us speaking together as our little pieces of what we were involved with all fit together to really actually make the bigger picture of what has been hidden from society all these years. So just want to thank Arizona and Brian. And I'd like to thank Lynn Ma Sharman, who started it's an advocacy committee for mind control survivors called AICS Mind Control. And Patty Wren is here today as the United States representative of that organization. And I feel honored to be able to be the spokesperson for this group of dedicated women who have really documented, compiled survivor data in ways that has allowed for the research to continue and for us to be able to identify the programmers and the programming sites and the places that are most heavily involved. And so there's information up at the table about AICS mind control, and I would urge you all to pick up a flyer. And there's also a booklet that's pretty awesome that has a lot of the pictures of programmers that have been identified. It's right here on the table, so you might want to look at that at the break. It's pretty revealing. And I would like to thank all of the people who have gone before. Many of the survivors that I was in group with are no longer living. The stress or whatever happened, many of them didn't make it. And a lot of the people that in the earlier days, it was quite a danger to be speaking out. In today's world, there are more people who have come out and talked about this, and so the danger and the risk to all of us is much less. I used to have men following me in cars with guns, and all kinds of hideous things were happening. And I won't say that that's all stopped, but I'll say it's certainly got a lot better as we all speak out. And I would like to dedicate my presentation today to my daughter Kelly, who is 21 years old, and due to the intergenerational nature of the Mind Control Project, Kelly was born into a family where she continued to be abused just like I was. And so right now, Kelly is in a mental hospital, and so I would just ask all of you to please keep her in your prayers and to know that we have certainly not educated the psychiatric community or people in the hospitals or the prison systems enough, and that there are so many people who are never going to get free or be able to recover unless this information is taken out and people begin to be educated about what this all means. Her psychiatrist at this hospital maintains that DID, which, if you all know, is dissociative identities disorder, which is the new name that was come up with for multiple personality disorder. And he maintains that it's a rare disorder, and I maintain that it's absolutely very prolific, and that until people really can see what the problem is, the solution is not even in sight. And so there's just a lot of education that needs to be done still, and a lot of information shared. And so to begin my talk, I'd like to state for the first time, it's a little scary, especially in California, that my real name is Susan Ford, and that my Brice Taylor was a name that I took in an effort and an attempt to create safety for myself and for my children and all of the people that were connected with me as I ran and began writing, as Catherine Gould suggested years ago, that I began writing what happened so that as I became more public I would be safer, and that certainly has been the case. So safety, our safety all lies in telling the truth now and in identifying what we know to be the truth, because as the title of my book is, that this truth is not only a truth that set me free, this is a truth that as all of us that have been through this begin to put in our data, it's a truth that sets the world free of a plan set in motion very, very long time ago by members of the Illuminati and even beyond them, for what I was part and privy to was their attempt to create and rule a one world government, or as Hitler called the New World Order and George Bush called the New World Order. And it's through my experience with Henry Kissinger and others that I am very sure, and I will stand anywhere and testify that I know that that the New World Order agenda is very real, and that it's going to take a lot of our efforts to turn it around and to maintain our freedoms. Today, unlike the days when I was in my therapy groups with people who were switching personalities all over the place, I've worked very hard, and I'm now an integrated survivor of intergenerational satanic ritual abuse, and also the CIA's MK-Ultra, and what I understand is called, the sub-project was called Project Monarch. I'm the author of 3 books now. Starshine, One Woman's Valiant Escape from Mind Control, was the novel that I wrote starting in 1991 when I fled California and was attempting to discover what was the problem and why everybody was so interested, men in suits, why they even cared where I was going to therapy or who I was talking to. And so through that book, I was able to put the bigger picture together for myself and novelize it so that people could really understand what I was trying to talk about. I've also written another booklet. It's called Revivification. And Charles Whitfield said to me one day, he said, one day you're going to regret that you named it that name. And sometimes I am, because it's kind of a big word and it's hard to say, but it has a really great meaning. And if you want to look at that book, it's on the table. But it's a recovery, gentle alternative recovery book for people that have been through trauma. So it's a good way to recover memory and to be able to deal with all of that as it comes up. And then my third book is Thanks for the Memories. And that book I started years ago, actually, and it is a compilation of all of my memories that I downloaded out of what Henry Kissinger called my mind files. And so the book that I wrote is just loaded with all of the information that I remembered being privy to within those seeking to bring in the New World Order. So I find it a privilege and an honor to be able to speak out for people like my daughter and my other children, and those who are yet unable to speak out for themselves but have also been through the same thing. Normally the groups that I speak to are mental health professionals, and so we're kind of on the same page, and I really know exactly what they're going to need to hear in order to help the victims and survivors that they're working with. But I know that we have a wide and varied audience here, and it's really very exciting to know that what I always call so-called normal people, like, I get Annie, you're normal, that people that are not been through this are normal, and so it's really exciting to have normal people pay attention and want to know. And I would just like to say to the survivors in the audience that I thank you for being here to support me today, and that I would like to ask you to really take caution that some of the material that I'm going to present may be highly triggering, and that I know that you know how to take care of yourselves. And if you don't, go see Annie. Annie can hold you. No. There's a lot of people here who could support you, and if you need help, then certainly
seek out Annie and she'll direct you. I agonized on how I would present this material to you so that you could really understand what has taken most people a number of years as they've researched, to understand really what the bigger picture is here. And I know that it's vitally important today, and I feel an urgency of time that we don't really have a lot of time to be wasting here, that the plan that has been set in motion is ever marching onward, and yet so are all of us who are dedicated to preserving the freedom of humanity, and especially the freedom of the mind. And it's vitally important to free those many suffering under mind control and expose the system that has allowed this to proliferate, and also to expose those individuals participating at the top that has operated in the dark for so many hundreds of years. This system that operates within the government and beyond into a group of people who I reported to beyond the government called the Council have been working in the dark for many years, and this system that they have enacted threatens our country and the freedoms that our forefathers worked so diligently to set up, and the basic freedoms of humanity, and most especially of the mind. And we're at a new crossroads where we're able to finally understand more about the mind. And as we do that, then we will certainly be able to understand how this has all happened, and we will be able to take the technology that was used to harm and we can use it to heal. And that is my hope for the future. At the conclusion of the writing of the Constitution, Benjamin Franklin was asked, "What have you wrought?" And he answered, "A republic if you can keep it." He also explained that it would require full use of our spiritual natures and our values in order to keep our country on track. And that was why our forefathers founded the nation as one nation under God. And I know today that many people know, they feel that something is vitally wrong. Even the children know that something is really wrong, but most people haven't been able to figure out what. And I think the reason for that will become very apparent to you this evening as I share what has happened in my life and in the lives of my family with you. The bigger picture that I gleaned from years of untangling this web of programming that was put in intentionally to attempt to hide my covert secret use within the government as this tool of the New World Order, kept me endlessly for years doing artwork and journaling the details of the lengthy and often very prevalent and seemed like it was intruding on every moment of my life, flashbacks and abreactions of what had happened. And those things came back, all of the events came back in full sensory magnitude of feeling everything in my body, smelling the smells, being able to hear what happened, and oftentimes I would have visuals and be able to actually see what happened, who was involved. And so what happened was that this programming that National Security Agency guaranteed that I would never be able to remember or tell failed. That's the good news. That's the really good news, because as we all tell, you all, and I'm starting to sound Southern now because I live in the South, but everybody is going to be able to know what they need to do to end and stop this. So it's actually in some ways a gift that all of us that have been through this are able to wake up and tell our very personal and private experiences with world leaders and with people that are affluential and who've had people fooled about who they really are. It's through my personal experiences with Henry Kissinger and Bob Hope, who was my owner, that I am very aware that not only our country, but that our world is way off course, and that in essence is in not only humanity, but also the planet is in very serious jeopardy. And for things that we value, I've found that it's going to take our care and attention in order to be able to bring this back into the right alignment. In the next hour, I'm going to share with you many of the top secret and many of the still classified projects that were hidden and tucked neatly away from public scrutiny by so-called national security and within my own mind in these so-called mind files. And these events that I witnessed are contributing to the loss of freedoms of our country and of the citizens of the United States and the world. And they allow for the intentional torture of children to be used as a non-paid slave labor force. And this isn't just a handful of children from California or from Nebraska. These are people all over the world, and I personally interact with many of them and hear their testimonies and what's happened to them. And there is no doubt in my mind that this is a very large plan. Their plan is for the mind control slaves to continue to serve the elite, and everyone except these self-appointed elite will begin to live as worker bees. So basically, as we enter the new millennium, a lot of us that were and are under mind control will continue to do their jobs to serve these elite people. And with all of the targeted frequency satellites and all of the ways that they know how to manipulate brainwaves through that targeted energy, they have some plans for all of you to only be able to think to a certain level. And to understand all this, and to help Kelly, it really drove me into studying all about the brain, and I'll get into that a little bit more, but that is their plan. And the way that they have been able to utilize all of these children, starting with children and now into adults, is through trauma. And trauma is the conditioning base that was used to set in the mind control. And the trauma done very early on is something that actually splits and shatters the psyche of a small child who is unable to withstand that much torture or trauma at a satanic ritual or through sexual abuse in family or whatever the list of all the different traumas. What happens is that when that happens, the mind splits into different segments, and it's sort of understanding all of this really demystifies all of the sensationalism that has been publicly portrayed about multiple personality disorder. And I will explain to you that through not only healing my own mind of that, but working with other survivors, that it's merely something that has happened out of someone not being able to take everything that was dished out. And so it's like the mind erects amnesic barriers around information and different scenarios so that as a protection, when that thing happens again, that event, then the person will kind of go down that path in their mind. And the programmers knew all about this. This was not some happenstance programming that just was done in some kind of an experiment, although the experiments were ongoing. And as many of you already know, and those of you that don't know, during Nazi Germany, during the war, when all these people were in the concentration camps, we had people like Joseph Mengele many of the Nazi doctors and scientists were actually doing mind experiments and brain experiments on people in the concentration camps. And all it took for me was to go to the Holocaust Museum in D.C. and look at the pictures. And I knew that that was true as I watched the people being experimented on with all this brain research that they were doing. And the information that these Nazi doctors gleaned in the concentration camps was what has been the foundation for what they're doing here today in our country. And for you to understand how that has all happened, our government, actually the CIA, flew a lot of these doctors, the perpetrators, after the Nuremberg trials. Instead of being prosecuted, they were given immunization from prosecution. And our CIA actually flew these Nazi doctors to our country and gave them immunity and set them up with research grants and all sorts of mega funding in our universities and military bases. And they continued not only their further research on the mind, but they also continued their expertise on programming people within the military, within NASA, people that are out of the private sector like myself, where I was certainly not part of the military or any intelligence group, but because of the intergenerational nature of the group of people that they needed the population to use, I believe that I was selected. And so we have now civilians being taken without their knowledge and awareness, not only to major universities, but also to military bases around the country and the world, where they are put under mind control with very sophisticated technology that I will get into more later. So, I'm sure you're asking, how did I wake up? How did I know about this? And I began to wake up in 1985. Up until that time, I thought that I had an incredible family. I thought I had the best family in the world. Certainly we had just about everything that I needed. And then when I married, I had a wonderful husband and beautiful children and anything money could buy. I lived in a beautiful neighborhood in Agora Hills, which was located just a block from Bob Hope's ranch. As we were strategically located. But during all this time, I thought I had a very perfect life, and I had no idea I'd ever been abused. And to let you know how it feels to be under mind control and hear about ritual abuse and mind control, I can share my experience where I was attending Pepperdine University working on my degree in psychology, and I attended an international psych conference where Catherine Gould, who, as many of you know, was a therapist who's worked with ritual abuse, DID patients for a very long time. And I went to one of her lectures, and I sat in a room, and I was just puzzled of why people would do this. Why would people be hurting their own children, and why would all the prominent people in the communities be involved, and what is all this horror? And I remember walking out of her workshop thinking, boy, I sure hope I don't get any cases like that when I'm a therapist. And that was the end of it for about 3 years. I actually even joined the LA Women's Task Force and attended meetings under total mind control where I didn't know, but I was reporting back to the good doctors everything that I was learning what was happening. But anyway, so that's how it felt. I had no idea. And but in 1987, or 1985 actually, after a lot of prayer, I started praying real heavily because I knew something was wrong. I just couldn't kind of figure it out, but I did know something was wrong. And so I kept praying for God to please help me and it helped me decide what was wrong and why I felt so unhappy, even though I had everything that money could buy. I had everything that is supposed to make people happy, beautiful kids, and like I told you, my family. And but the answer to that prayer came in the form of a kind of a massive wake-up call, and my head went through the windshield of the automobile there on Chesborough Road in Agora Hills. And what happened was that accident really kind of took me out of my motherly role and all my duties that I had. And I really had to take time to recuperate, and I had a lot of massage therapy. And what began to emerge were memories of being sexually abused. And then came memories of ritual abuse. And at that time, I was in school at a college called Ryokon, and I was working towards my master's degree to be a clinical psychologist. And I still had no idea really what this all meant, but all I knew was that my memories now began flooding in to the extent that it was either continue on with school and put my past behind me like everybody kept telling me, just, let the past go, just live in the present, or enter therapy full time. And so I entered what I now understand was the true master's program, which was a personal journey of believing and understanding and exploring my own inner space and really going within. I learned to meditate. I began not only doing yoga but teaching yoga, and I was in therapy increasing amounts of time as I was having a really hard time dealing with what all this was. And as I would begin remembering, I would have my suicide programs would kick in, and I would call my therapist, both of them, endlessly telling them I had to kill myself, and I wanted to jump out of buildings, hotels, jump out of the windows. And when the memories began really threatening and emerging even more, I would cut and burn my arms in an attempt that I would do what my programming was commanding. And it was an attempt, a very sophisticated attempt, to take my attention away from what was really coming up in the form of national security memories. And certainly by cutting myself, that would make me have to focus on something else. But I'm sure that the reason that Henry Kissinger and others picked me was not because I was stupid. And although in those days I felt, as they had created, I felt really ugly and I felt stupid. But I was able to figure out pretty quickly that this was programming, and this was something that I needed to figure out how to get around. And so as I began working in therapy with all of the ritual abuse, the systematic abuse that happens to children, the endless tortures that kids report all over the country, that I don't think I need to go into all the gory details, but it all happened to me too. And why people, sane adults, would think that little children all over the world would be making up these kind of realities is something that I still have a really hard time understanding. And I know how painful it has been for me over the years to report what has happened and had people either turn away out of horror and disbelief or out of fear for themselves and their own lives. And I can only imagine what it must feel like to a little child to be telling what's happened and have no one believe them. And so I'm here today as an advocate for the children who have been through this. And I will tell you that the satanic ritual abuse is not some religious fanatics that are going off the deep end. It's very systematically and intentionally done as trauma conditioning to shatter the base personality so that very sophisticated equipment and programming can be laid in over that so that a child, can be put under total and complete mind control and be totally unaware of what their own reality is. So, so as I was in therapy uncovering all of this, I journaled everything and I wrote and did artwork, and I began remembering abuse by my family, by my mother and father, who tortured me and delivered me to military bases and to all sorts of places for my programming. And it wasn't until I had the memories, the most painful memories that I had were some of the last ones I had were of the ways that I also was used to torture and program, deliver my children also to military bases and places where they would also be programmed. So this system needs to be understood, how it happens and why people have been involved and why they might not even know that it has happened to them. But when I started realizing that my ex-husband and I had both participated in even my own children's abuse, I began to have some compassion and understanding for my parents and for people like even the Buckies in the McMartin preschool, because perhaps, given the reality of understanding how this system works, perhaps they also are or were unrecovered victims who themselves may not have even remembered what they were involved with. That's the intentional way this was all set up. So as we're able to really come to a higher level of understanding how this system works, we're going to be able to bring the kids and the adults suffering still, bring them recovery and tools for helping. I was taken to U.S. military bases as a very small little girl where I was programmed, and I met for the first time one of my father's uncles in Long Beach, and his name was Charles Lilly Horn. And I believe it's because of my family affiliation with this man who was the owner of Federal Cartridge Company, which was a munitions manufacturer, and also the Olin Corporation, which later I believe even went on to fund some of the research used on the mind control, that I became involved in this. And so I also had my grandfather, who was a mayor in Correctionville, Iowa, and was held different political positions over the years. And so through the intergenerational structure, I was actually taken back to Iowa, and I was involved in satanic rituals there at the hands of my father and my grandfather. So I was able then to understand that this was intergenerational. This is how this works. So a lot of the projects that are now housed and are still ongoing are in the military bases. And some of the ones that I can name for you that I was taken to personally are NASA bases, UCLA Neuropsychiatric Institute, where I was programmed to report to Dr. Jolyon West, who was working in conjunction with Henry Kissinger to lay in my very sophisticated national security protected, they thought, programming. USC, the University there of Southern California. I was taken to Bethesda Naval Hospital, where I had an implant inserted into my nose. I was taken to Edwards Air Force Base, Point Mugu Naval Weapons Center, and different bases in and around 29 Palms. And I was taken to a lot of other places, and still, as yet, I'm not able to identify where specifically a lot of those places are. But through the information that's been compiled through AIC's mind control committee, a lot of other survivors have filled in the blanks. So that information is available on a website, and as I said, you can pick out a brochure up here when we're finished. So what they did on these military bases was they used drugs, a lot of drugs, and torture of the mind and body. I was subjected to sensory deprivation chambers, light and sound technology where they would flash bright lights in my eyes, like in conspiracy theory where Mel Gibson's, showing the eyes wide open. That's all programming, and that's exactly how it happens. And just as a little aside from this, Walter Bauer, who wrote Operation Mind Control in 1978, exposed all of this. And because of the massive CIA cover-up, although his book was made a bestseller, it was bought up out of all of the bookstores by the CIA, and people weren't educated and informed about this. So it continued to go on. But Walter Bauer was actually one of the consultants on conspiracy theory. And so that movie is not fiction, it's fact. And there's a lot of it that's very true for people that have been through this. They often played different sounds in each ear, some very piercing, painful sounds, and in the other ear, sounds that were barely inaudible. And they used hypnotic technique and frequency technology coupled with electroshock. So it's pretty horrific stuff, and it's been really pretty helpful to expose what all of this is in an attempt to stop this. I'm going to show you later pictures of my son Danny when he was taken to some of these bases, and it'll help you, I think, have more personal experiences of this. But all this programming was done on myself and others. And personally, for me, it was done so that I could later be used by leaders as a sex slave. They called it being a presidential model. And I was programmed to wear diamonds as a program identifier to people that within the agency or within the government, then they would know who I was and what my programming was and what I was capable of. And I was also programmed to have what Henry Kissinger called mind files, which was a systematic way that he programmed lots of data into my mind that I was programmed to have, first of all, perfect photographic memory, and he would send me into archives in DC and private offices of people he wanted to spy on, and into Pentagon top security areas. And he would tell me then with instructions to go in and open certain file drawers and photograph the information in my mind, and then I would report back to Henry, and any information that he would need then would be very accessible to him at a moment's notice. Other slaves have been used as assassins. I was also used as a drug courier, putting together drug runs, and through all of that I realized and was privy to knowing that our government, our United States government, is primarily backed by guns and drugs. And it doesn't make me very proud of our nation at all. So anyway, Henry also programmed me to have a section in my mind files that was a postal system for the elite. And I was sent around to world leaders and to members of the elite families in order that they could be delivered the messages that I had been programmed to deliver, or to retrieve messages or answers to questions about would they cooperate. And then I would deliver the message back that I had gleaned from being flown all over the globe. I would deliver this information back to Henry. And then Henry would report to whoever he was reporting to, and that was the way that they attempted to keep this planet, the New World Order, very organized. And certainly when you have a slave labor force, that is programmed never to make a mistake or never tell, it keeps things pretty organized. And so I reported to people like George Bush and Ronald Reagan and actually most all the presidents. I was sent in on to either give them information or ask them questions from the higher ups, the council that actually was head and shoulders over even Henry Kissinger. And so I watched as men in suits and tuxedos would meet at the Rockefeller Mansion. They'd bring me in to have sex with people like Prince Philip or Prince Charles or someone in the Kennedy family or whatever. And after these parties at the Rockefellers, what they would do is a select group of men would meet in back rooms, and they would send me in to record all the information so I could report it to whoever needed the information. And it was a process of downloading all of this information that I realized that all of the wars that have been fought and a lot of the horrors that have happened to people on this planet were not accidents, including like the stock market crash, that they were all planned intentionally. And people like my grandfather, who was a multimillionaire, was privy of when the stock market was going to be crashed, so he could take all of his money out and reinvest it at very low prices. And so I watched from the inside to see that things are not as they have been publicly portrayed by the media, and that there is a media agenda, that people like Henry Kissinger and others met and decided what was the strategy going to be that they were going to then tell the media for them to report to the world. And so I watched as I saw all of this going on, and I had kind of a broader spectrum of reality than all of you, although it has taken me time to kind of catch up on what the world thought was reality, because I wasn't allowed to really know what that was. And so, anyway, that was some of my government use, and I'm going to also get into that more. But I also wanted to highlight the fact that as a child, I was also used in massive amounts of child pornography and prostitution. And that was carried on often in church basements where I attended the Woodland Hills Presbyterian Church and also St. Mel's Catholic churches. And through either those churches or people that were part of the inner circle of the satanic members of those churches, I was abused and then taken often like to where everyone thought I was going to choir practice, and I would be excused from school and be taken to the choir director's home across the street, and we would all have our little choir robes on and be singing, very angelically, until the men arrived with the equipment. And all equipment then was taken downstairs, and all of us children knew that that meant it was time to go down and be filmed in pornography. And those were also very traumatic events, because a lot of what they were filming was not just sexual acts, it was a lot of satanic rituals. And so I can publicly testify that what these children are saying is reality. And I can also say that I was used even as a child on Ventura Boulevard near the Corbin Bowl to coerce children that were my age into black sedans where the men had TVs and candy and all kinds of things that I was told to lure children into the cars, and they would happen to be shopping with their mom, walking along the boulevard there, and then I would say something like, would you like some candy? And there's a TV in the back of this car, do you want to come and see it? And as soon as this child would approach the car, the men would throw them in the back seat and take off. And then often I witnessed as these children would be kept contained in cages until it was time for their death. and that death was often brought about by through being filmed in pornography and then used in snuff films. And honestly, I can't imagine that we have this many sick and perverted people in the world. But there must be quite a market for this, because there are a lot of us that have reported being a part of it. And so that is where I believe many of the missing children are going to. So, what happened to me as I had these accidents in 1985, and then I had another one in 1987 on the same day, April 12th, 9:15 in the morning, both accidents, same date, same time. And it kind of got my attention. I thought there must be something really going on here. And a man in a sedan showed up at one of the accident sites, took pictures and fled off. I thought, there's something that's very strange here. But in those days, I had no idea what the bigger picture was, nor did the therapists that were attempting to help me figure out what was all going on. But I continued on in therapy, reintegrating many of the child personalities that I had that were programmed within me. And it was in 1991. It was April 10th, real close to the April 12th date again. And I left a therapy session with my therapist, and I went to get in my car, and I opened my wallet, and I looked inside, and there was a dollar bill that had programming numbers. And I had uncovered enough of my own programming to know that what this meant was it was another threat, only this accident I didn't believe was to be an accident. I believed that they were threatening to kill me. And across this dollar bill was the date April 12th, and then it had a series of programming numbers that corresponded to different programs within me. So I was terrified, and I had attempted to explain to my husband a little bit about some of these satanic memories. And I found that when I would talk to him about it, that he would just become very angry. And so I learned not to talk to him about it. And I learned not to tell him about my plan that my therapist and I had come up with to get me out of California and onto the island of Kauai before April 12th. And so that day when I left my home there in Agora Hills, I had no idea that I would never be returning there to my children or my husband or the home and my family that I loved. And once I got to the island, I didn't have any money because I had to leave everything. And so I began using the ocean as my therapist. And I had a person came to me and gave me a light and sound machine. And I was terrified of it because that was the very thing, some of the very things that had been used to program me. And I thought, oh my God, what is this? But this man very patiently sat with me while I re-experienced a memory on it and found that it was much less painful to recover memory with that. And so I sat endlessly recovering memories about governors of California, about Pete Wilson and Reagan and Hope and Nixon and Bebe Rebozo, and I mean all the people that I name in my books, the Dodgers, and had I not had the ability to document all of this, I would have thought I was crazy, because it didn't really make any sense until I was able later to really put together the larger picture of what this whole New World Order agenda was. And then with that, it started to make sense of why all of these people were involved. So anyway, Ted Gunderson and Catherine Gould kept giving me security tips, and I was running from place to place, trying to stay alive and sleeping on the floors in people's homes that opened their homes to me, and continued to write Starshine. And then later on, over the years, the further deprogramming that I did in memory retrieval, I spent hours just sitting in a meditative state, remembering and detailing all of it in writing, and that's what's in my book. So I won't be able to cover all of that, but certainly I hope to give you the bigger picture, and then with the information in my book, you'll be able to see how I was involved with even more details with all of these people, including people like Alan Greenspan. So one perspective I would like to share with you is that I believe that the mind control is one of the major secret weapons of those people bringing in the New World Order. And as we're able to understand how this works, that's how we're able to go into these places where this stuff is still happening and demand information and demand that it be stopped, and identify the people that are still, whether they're under mind control themselves or just disconnected left brain scientists. Whatever it is, it needs to stop, and it's definitely going to take all of us to do this. How are we doing on time? Six. I mean, like, how much longer? Okay, I wanted to explain a little bit of the mind control enhancements that I had. And one of those was, like I already told you, the photographic memory and the ability to store vast amounts of data for quick recall with the encoded files that Henry Kissinger named with code names. I was a message courier imputed with specific words and programmed to deliver them to exactly as they were programmed into people all over the world. Total recall of conversation with people, and then be able to report it back word by word, everything that was said, including sometimes when there was rooms full of people conversing. Sexual expertise, I was trained at training farms and by all kinds of prostitutes and Playboy bunnies and everything to be the perfect sex slave for Bob Hope, as was Kelly. And that sexual stuff is something that you can read about in my book. I talk about sexual encounters with all the presidents and world leaders, but for you to really understand that Henry Kissinger and others, they knew exactly what these sexual encounters were doing, that they were actually setting up a different brain function, and that once after sex, that when this information was then given to somebody, that then they would be receiving it in a different brain state and it would carry more importance. So it wasn't like some stupid little thing they were doing, although I found that most men were very easy to sexually manipulate, and then often they were then through the coercion that happened through myself and others, if they weren't already involved in the New World Order agenda, they were after that. And especially if they were pedophiles and had sex with children, like George Bush, who had sex with my daughter Kelly at a very early age. During the time he was vice president, when Reagan was president, I was prostituted to him and Kelly was prostituted to the vice president. And so whether these people are themselves under mind control or not, it needs to be exposed and stopped. I mean, this is just horrific. I was programmed, as was Kelly, as long-distance swimming without tiring, so that I could swim between ships, passing information about drug runs, or to meet council members or some of these men that are puppeting the world out in the middle of the ocean at very strategic locations, where then I would listen to their instructions or the information and report it back to those who needed to know. I was involved in a lot of parapsychology and psychic research and remote viewing and telepathic communication studies and experiments. And although the government often makes fun of psychic ability, believe me, way back when, years ago, they were using all of this psychic technology with all of us, remote viewing, and asking us, what are they doing in this country? What is this person doing? And also the telepathic communication, where when people wouldn't give me information, I got it anyway because I could read their minds. And so a lot of this is technology that most all slaves have, and these programming things can be put in place with all of the methods that I told you about before. So Bob Hope would have parties, and they would bring in lots of sex slaves, and they would keep people like my children in back rooms for people that Henry called people with alternate sexual preference. And what this means is that they were pedophiles. And so whatever it was they wanted, if it was sex with kids, if it was drugs, alcohol, whatever it was, these people were brought into Bob's parties, and they had already carefully researched, Bob and Henry, everything that they would need to know about different people that they then invited to the parties in order to enlist them further in the New World Order agenda. So I was a part of at those parties, compromising, manipulating, and targeting people as I was programmed. Politicians, presidents, entertainers, judges, foreign ambassadors, leaders all over, just through the sex and through all the different things that I was programmed to do with them. I also was privy to a lot of the projects, the mind control projects that were being done at USC. My ex-husband was in dental school there, and I was not only prostituted to people in position of authority at USC, but I was also taken into some of the programming centers there and programmed, and I also delivered, like I'm standing here today, only now I have my own agenda, but Henry would often have me demonstrating the mind control technology to people who they wanted or needed to know about that. And the way they got to know was through a series of meetings. If they were continued to cooperate and not be horrified by what they were hearing, slowly they got bumped up to larger levels of this top security and classified project. So I witnessed a lot of that at USC. And I also witnessed as a child and as adult that a lot of this New World agenda is fueled by the secret societies. And the ones that I was abused by were the Shriners, and also the Masonic Order people are reporting Masonic abuse and by 33rd degree Masons, and most all of our presidents, for information, were 33rd degree Masons, and that makes them privy to this mind control information. This is the secret that they rise through the ranks to learn about, and at the top, what they participate in as a seal of their oath of secrecy is often satanic ritual. And myself and others were laid on altars and raped, and this happened as a child and as an adult. So this is part of how it continues. There are hand signals. The Shriners and the Masons at the top have hand signals where they signal each other and alert brothers so that they can have full cooperation. And this even happens in court cases where children are the non-offending parents trying to get a child into the safety and of their home, and a Masonic judge or a Masonic attorney will give a hand signal or do the little things, and that child is, the whole case is dropped and the child is left with the perpetrator. So these things are real, and they're still happening today. Henry's strategy that I heard him talk about with Nelson Rockefeller was about hiding this all out in the open. And they talked about how the bigger secrets were protected by their incredulity. And certainly all of this does sound pretty incredulous. And the themes of movies and television and news, radios, newspaper songs have often been strategized and cooked up with not only things to make you think a certain way and feel a certain way about certain people, but also to keep people that are programmed under mind control programming. I was used in Las Vegas when I was a teenager with Elvis Presley, and I watched in horror as this man would throw up after he had been programmed. And I watched him cry and ask, "What's wrong with me?" And not be able to have sex because he was so sick from what they were doing to him. And I had been sent in to have sex and deliver messages to him, to deliver to then the programmed audience. And through my experience, I know that people like Elvis Presley are programmed, that people like Neil Diamond are all part of this, and people like Michael Jackson. I watched Michael Jackson be abused as a child. So as all of us together that have been through this identify the people that are in positions who are programmed, we have the fuller, bigger picture, and we will be able to stop this and bring help to those that are still suffering. I talked a little bit about being used with Alan Greenspan and the Federal Reserve, and Henry sent me, and they had a very large organized strategy using a lot of the Federal Reserve banks to launder drug money into, and I would be sent to different corporate heads or different people that were part of this with different banking account numbers or where they were to send the money. And then Alan Greenspan would actually raise the Fed in different areas where drugs weren't coming through, so that when they were coming through and all this money would come through, it wouldn't look very suspicious. It would just all look very balanced. So these people knew exactly what they were doing, and I personally don't believe Y2K is an accident. I heard Alan Greenspan say that it was just some mix up with these digits, and you've got to know that somebody that deals with money like Alan Greenspan didn't make any kind of mistake. This is very strategically planned. I witnessed people in corporations being all part of this, and people in the media, and I watched how if they didn't already own the people they needed, they bought them, and that was through all these different ways of coercion. And they had very sophisticated programming themes, and one of their larger mistakes was to use universal programming themes, so that a lot of the survivors that are waking up are all talking about themes like The Wizard of Oz and Over the Rainbow and dolphins and whales and hearts and roses and monarch butterflies and just one after the agendas are in the book, and if you know what they are, you'll know a lot of how it works, and you'll be able to see it in the media. You'll be able to see the themes when they talk about Over the Rainbow. You'll know that a lot of us were programmed not to remember what happened over the rainbow. What happened over the rainbow was all the government stuff that was then hidden as they attempted to confuse fact with fantasy and keep all of this totally and completely hidden. Let's go with the slides or the overheads, and then I'll tell you a little bit more. This was a picture of myself taken when Henry Kissinger started calling me by phone. He told me to meet him by the corner at 7 o'clock at night, and I knew even at this young age that meant to meet him at the corner, in the kitchen corner, and to pick up the phone, and he would practice seeing if it worked, if the programming worked, or give me messages, and then he would tell me not to tell my mom, or he'd tell me she was stupid. So when my mom would say, "Who called?" I had already switched back into another personality, and I had no idea that anybody had called, no one, and that was it. So this is how young he started with my mind files, and it's very documented in my book, so it's in much more detail. Okay. Hurry up, Ted. The picture on the left is a picture of my mother and father, and on the right is a picture with my brothers when we lived on Astronic Drive in Woodland Hills. And then the picture on the bottom was myself with one of my dolls that my dad used a lot of my dolls to program in different identities. Okay, next. these were pictures taken at different times. The picture at the top was taken during the time I was being prostituted to LBJ. And then down at the bottom left was my high school picture during the time I was working heavily with Kissinger and with Nixon. And also the one on the right was a lot of government, a lot of foreign policy within the White House. Okay. This was some artwork I did when I started identifying the mine files and the information that I had. And I wrote all these little, it looks like little chains around all of these top secret mine files, because these were all the programs. And I can't see it very well to identify it all, but it was like a program to have a migraine headache, program to fall asleep if I began remembering, programs to become confused if I began remembering anything, programs to recall an 800 number and report on myself that I'm remembering something and I'm at this and such location, and so then they would reorient me back to UCLA Neuropsych Institute to come back in for some reprogramming. Or then on the outer layers are all the family, the satanic cults that keep everybody in line within communities, where a lot of the professionals themselves are either under mind control or are participating at this, keeping everybody under control. So there's webs within communities where people are all under mind control. And certainly as families are cross-programmed, it's like my ex-husband, our marriage was arranged when we were 13, and we were cross-programmed and with very sophisticated equipment in Ventura to fall in love and then get married. And he was trained then to become my handler and hand me over to people like Bob Hope or Ronald Reagan or whoever it was that he was instructed under mind control to deliver me to. So this web is large, and what it takes to get out of that web is nothing short of miraculous. And that's why most of the people that are under this are still in mental hospitals or in prisons or walking the streets homeless. And they are not able to get the help that they need. I was fortunate. I had no idea